Hello. It's kind of hot, actually. Yeah. I don't know what the temperature is, but I'm sweating and I'm indoors and my AC is on. Um, yeah, it's 80 degrees. It's also because I made the mistake of wearing normal pants and socks, and I forgot that we're in summer after the back and forth of summer and winter. But
Okay, my audio's
um,
fixed. Sorry for what looks like a very loud pop. God, I fixed
that was
this.
actually my gun. I'm sorry.
Well, you are in the right state for it, evidently. Well, okay. At least I know why my audio was goofy this time. That was, I mean, it is my fault, but it's also the software fault for being stupid.
We're
Anyway,
testing in production, folks.
yeah. Oh, well, you have no idea. Today was supposed to be, or I was going to make a point of streaming on the newer laptop. But I do not have Black Hole compiled to run over here yet. I've been putting it off forever because I was streaming on the other one. But yeah, without Black Hole working, I can't run the show properly. So, yeah, we're not gonna do that until next week. Um, Hopefully I get to it by next week. I've got a lot of stuff I really need to do. But hey, we'll see what we can pull off. Um. Anyway, yeah, it's hot as hell. It's unpleasant. I don't like it. Yeah, we've got our own heat wave going here.
Yeah, it's toasty. And
Also, just to add to my whining and complaining, I am running this stream sans proper trackpad because this wonderful tool here, the Magic Trackpad 2, as most people call it, I did not drop it and break it. In fact, I did not damage it at all. However, the teeny tiny little power switch that's on the back snapped off. For real, this is a thing. It snapped off. And it snapped off while it was in the off position, so I can't seem to get this thing flipped back on. Unfortunately, yeah, that is super inconvenient. And the only way I can control computers right now is to stretch my arm at a really awkward angle, and it hurts. So I'm probably going to do less scrolling during this stream than I normally do. And very obnoxiously, so I tried to see about getting this repaired. I contacted Apple after a little time chatting. The service agent basically confirmed that there's no way to actually get it repaired. You can take it to a repair person. What they're going to do, any authorized repair person, is basically going to take it, hand you back a refurb model, charge you the price of a new model, and they will not give you a they won't like extend the warranty to or anything like that. Or alternatively, you can just buy a new one. So for a tiny little Switch, where the plastic that holds it surely costs 5 cents, maybe 10, means having to buy a $130 trackpad. I'm not happy.
no, that's pretty silly.
Also, there's a whole like, can we just not destroy the ecosystem? Like, can we green this up just a little bit? There has to be a way to repair these things. Apple, you brag about this all the time. You seem to be the company that thinks you're good at this. How about being good at this? Anyway,
No, it's fine. It's fine. They planted some trees. That's okay.
Austin, get a framework laptop. No. Actually, I
No.
don't know anything about it. I really didn't look at that. That news completely passed me by, aside from the fact that I saw that it was there.
Yeah. Well, and also that wouldn't fix Cody's problem of because they don't make external trackpads. That's a laptop.
Yeah, among other reasons.
There's no framework external trackpad. But I don't know. Maybe what's the other company? We'll get around to it. The Fairphone people, because they did just release a repairable pair of headphones, which is interesting.
I can kind of see that. Headphones honestly don't have to be that hard to repair.
No, unless they're like little in-ear earbuds.
Oh yeah, earbuds are different, but most headphones, honestly, like there are regular headphones out there that actually aren't that hard to repair. They're just, most headphones are made a little bit more custom-ish today, and so they're hard to repair more by virtue that they just don't make parts.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of them, if you just pry a part off or unscrew something, you can usually just kind of replace whatever. But yeah, anyway. That dog is energetic.
I know, that dog is really annoying. The people above me have a dog that barks exactly like that for several minutes at a time, quite often. So that's always fun. That's when I have to turn on the noise canceling on these. But yeah,
that's wonderful.
It literally sounds like a squeaker toy right now. I don't know how it does that. That's not how a dog sounds.
Oh, it doesn't sound like that at all to me. Like, over the mics, it sounds like a pretty normal dog with a bit of a bassy bark to it. But
well,
I guess your mic doesn't pick up the highs quite as much.
No.
Yeah, so anyway.
So what do you want to talk about first? What are we going first for?
Really quick, just giving an acknowledgement to something. Cheers to the CNET staff, who, despite their many recent AI complications, they are going to be unionizing. Officially, they are joining the Writers Guild of America East under the CNET Media Workers Union. So congrats to them. You are a little bit late to be officially joining the WGA writer strike, and I doubt you'll actually get necessarily much of the benefits out of that, but hey, you will be part of this, and congrats. We momentarily lost to Corbin, and he's back.
Sorry. I tried to reload because my Jitsi was freaking out. And now, in addition to the dog, there's a lawnmower outside. So
that is how it do go.
I mean, I prefer this over the dog, so that's fine. But
oh yeah, I'll take lawnmowers any day.
Yeah. Diablo said, I like how they were like, we review the AI stuff, and they're still the bad ones. Yeah, I mean, like the AI writing, that was mostly like upper management pushing that.
Well,
obviously, at some point down the chain, there were like editors who were editing that with some knowledge that it was made with AI, but it was remarkably like hidden, according to like the people that Futurist was talking to, where they were like, yeah, I didn't even know, because like it wasn't even that obvious when you were reading it. Or reading it as in like they didn't label it in the
oh yeah, they
way.
kept it hidden. It was very distinctly unlabeled.
Austin said, bet CNET is shut down tomorrow. Oh, that would be something. I mean, like they're not doing great. Again, not like really the fault of the writers there. Just they've been horribly mismanaged. Like there was a whole thing where they invested in like buying an actual house to like deck out with smart home stuff, and then their new owner just completely got rid of that whole thing and laid off a bunch of people. And I think I don't know how many times in recent history they've been sold off, but they've only been under their current owner, Red Ventures, for like I want to say 2 years. It hasn't been that long.
I thought it was longer than that, but
or,
I
or
admit I
maybe
don't.
maybe I mean my perception of time is completely ruined, so I might be. Let's go to Wikipedia. What do they say? It has been owned by Red Venture since October 30th of 2020. Okay,
Okay.
so a little bit longer.
Yeah. Well,
But
barely.
yeah,
We're coming up on
Yeah.
3 years. So yeah, that is I mean, I feel for them in several ways. When you've got bosses who are very clearly just shamelessly trying to replace you, and you're supposed to both play nice with them while they really have zero concern for you. Yeah, that's a bad situation. Um,
Yeah.
What I actually think is kind of important
Yeah.
about this, or notable about this, is while technically this is the Writers Guild, it includes editors and video producers, along with other staff, as this notes. And I mean, there are different ways to read into this, but I kind of feel like the beauty here is if anything happens, if Red Ventures decides that they are going to slash big chunks of the staff, it's likely going to lead to a strike or some sort of response. And to me, I could see them saying, okay, well, we don't care about writers, we'll just replace the lot of you. But to also slash the editors and the video producers, because they will go with. That's the thing that like those are harder to replace with AI right now. So I think they would be a little bit more reluctant to screw with the writers, because it means giving up everything, possibly, or everyone. So I don't know if that's how it'll play out, but it feels like that's a good thing. I could be a scab and go be EIC of CNET. No thanks. my
Yeah.
current
I mean, it's
my current unpleasantries are unpleasant enough.
yeah, it's like I hope it works out for them. I will say, like, if I'm like completely, wow, that notification is really loud. I will say if I'm like completely going into like soulless corporate mode, I do think CNET is one of those brands that Red Ventures could just completely destroy, like lay off everyone, like complete burn the house down, and
Literally.
like not lose a ton of money. Honestly, like I don't know, they might eventually hit a road with. I don't know how their advertising mostly works. If they're like selling all of their own ads, it's going to be a lot harder if there's a very noticeable dive in quality. But as their experiment with writing AI articles that were very wrong, Google doesn't really seem to care. So not a great time is what I'm trying to say. This is not a fun time, and
I
I
mean,
hope
if we're gonna nitpick this, to be fair, I don't think Google was going to manually demonetize them or manually shadow ban isn't even right. I don't know. I don't think Google was going to manually take them out of search results over the AI generated articles, mostly because when this happened, it only took a few days for CNET or Red Ventures to basically turn around and say, okay, we're going to put this on pause. So they,
Right.
like maybe if they had just said, well, screw it, we're happy with this. This is now the status quo. In fact, we're going to fire more writers. If they had done that, I don't know what Google would have done. I tend to think Google would have kind of taken a, like, let's let the market decide stance.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Regardless, they didn't have time to
like
make
what?
that decision. So I don't think we
Yeah.
can really judge how that was going to play out.
Yeah, it's
Someday
definitely
we
an
will.
interesting. Yeah, because like if CNET did that and they switched to like just AI nonsense, then they also fall into the category of a lot of sites that are on Google right now, which just recycle articles they find elsewhere, just long enough to show up on like Google Discover or something, and
Mhm.
get a lot of ad revenue. Like I have a Google alert for my name, and when someone rips a How to Geek article that I wrote, or actually what happens a lot also is they will rip an article from somewhere else, in our corporate structure that uses an image with me as the credit, so I still get the alert from my name. Um, and like a lot of those sites are still on Google. Like there's not even really a point in going after them, until they get to a certain size, because
Yeah.
they just, yeah, takes no effort to make a new one and wait long enough for Google Discover to pick it up.
Which obviously this is a bit
But I
inside
appreciate
baseball.
they still credit me in their
Yeah.
in their stolen content.
Um.
Actually, I don't, because then they could potentially be putting words in my mouth. But it's interesting.
Yeah. No. So um, I have obviously I've got an alert for my name too, and I can't tell you how many times, especially when I was doing teardowns, every week I would get alerts, just some random site that I've never heard of. Evidently I'm now a writer at, according to them. Strictly speaking, my resume could be 100 pages long with different sites that I've supposedly written for. All because they all seem to think that it's totally cool just to rip off articles from other sites, publish them with the author's name intact, which honestly, again, like, cheers? I guess that's sort of helpful for me because I don't think they ever bothered to really replace text. It wasn't worth it to them. But yeah, at the same time, it's just cringy and terrible, and most of those people need to go. Anyway, Diablo, Cody said the Google app said Android sucks. Now you're just quoting me. Anyway, let's see. Austin, why would Google cancel their biggest video ad partner? CNET video ad metrics are somehow through the roof. Is that true? I never see Google really recommending CNET stuff, especially videos.
I feel like I don't know, because I don't like try to use Discover, so the only time I see what Google wants me to see in terms of articles is like when I open the Google app on my phone to quickly get to Google Lens, and it will load a couple things there. But I don't know if I've seen CNET a lot there. Also, I turned off all the personalization stuff, so Google kind of just gives me the general feed of what it thinks a normal human cares about.
Okay, so he means the CNET auto playing video ads. So are those video ads served by Google? I actually thought they came from somewhere else.
No, they're the JW player garbage.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's that, but I mean, who sells the ads? But
Diablo said, I think the whole reason for auto video sounds to turn off was because of CNET.
Yeah,
they were one of the first. Yeah, they were like the first big site to go for that.
When that feature was added to Chrome, literally every site name check CNET for that. It was the site that was mocked as the biggest offender. And hey, Carson, how's it going?
Yeah, and again, that's another thing that like the writers don't have anything to do with.
Yeah.
So fun times. So yeah, I hope they get good treatment. Their union recognized and all that fun stuff. Because it's really alarming what a lot of these larger companies have been trying to do with AI writing to mostly bad results, but because the main profit motivator is Google, and Google doesn't really seem to be able to discern. They don't really seem to care all that much. So,
well, I'll just say this right now, in full sincerity. I think the one thing we can be reasonably confident of is, even if they go full on, like, let's fire the writers and just have editors, they have to at least keep the editors for one clear, definitive reason. If they don't, they're gonna get sued. Straight up, no questions asked, they will be sued. Because, for one, some of the articles that were posted that were AI written actually recommended breaking the law. And I believe one of them was very specific about, like, doing illegal stock trades or something. Which, I mean, I'm just saying, the SEC might take very direct notice of this if it happens more than like once or twice by accident. The other thing is, we've seen this happen before. Gawker got sued because they published something that was well, they got sued. We'll just leave it at that. We don't need to recap the whole Hulk Hogan story, but yeah. And if you don't know that, go look it up. It's wild. Anyway,
yeah, go find out how much of a piece of shit Peter Thiel is.
Oh God, yes. And now that's
just one example
here,
of many. Yeah, you're both gonna go down. Peter Thiel's next lawsuit is the RambleCast.
I wouldn't put it past him. He's actually famously sued a lot of really tiny stuff because he's just a petty, vindictive little weasel with a small willy. Or so I've heard. That's the rumor thanks to the leaked sex tapes. But no, anyway.
And it's okay to make fun of him because he almost destroyed the economy like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah, more of a reason beyond the usual reasons.
Yeah. Anyway, to be clear, this entire last couple of minutes is sarcasm and parody. It is not meant to be taken seriously. So
we're talking about Peter Thiel in Minecraft, just to be clear.
Yes, and when we say Peter Thiel would be a fantastic target in a Grand Theft Auto game, it's only hyperbole. We swear. Right. But anyway, moving on.
Definitely do not try to raid one of his many boats.
Or mansions. Or whatever else. I'm sure.
He loves the boats that pretend to be countries. That's like his favorite thing. All those weird libertarian projects.
Yes.
So anyway.
Carson, yes, I'll put the article link in chat right now.
We could talk about. I could talk about the Apple stuff. Now that the dog has stopped barking.
You mean the assistive stuff or the beats?
Yeah.
Okay,
assistive. We can do the beats after.
Okay.
So yesterday, Apple announced a couple features that are coming to iPhone, iPad, and Mac later this year, which I assume means iOS 17 and macOS 14 is the next one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 14.
I think we're on 13.
Yes, we are on
Um,
13.
okay, thank you. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff here, and a lot of it's obviously like mostly targeted at people who have some kind of disability, but it's kind of interesting for other people too. One of the things they're working on is this assistive access mode, which sort of turns an iPhone into like a basic phone, like flip phone level of complexity, where the home screen switches to either a very simple like grid or list layout, like you don't like there's no wallpapers or notification bubbles or anything. You just get like the phone app. You can call people, you can message people, you've got your camera and photos and music, and all those apps have like a specific mode just for this, with like just bare bones functionality, nothing distracting, nothing too crazy. And they're kind of marketing this as for what did they say? They said people with cognitive disabilities and their trusted supporters. um but I mean, I can think of like this would be really nice for just like older people who would like to just use like flip phones for forever but can't because the technology marches on, and there aren't a lot of those that support LTE and 5G. So this could be great for them, maybe. Again, depends on how limited it is. I don't there's not a whole lot of details, and also like I didn't see anything in this press release that said if third party apps can like be in this mode, and if they can also have like a minimal UI kind of thing.
Yeah, that's what
um,
I was specifically about to say is, can third-party apps do this mode? And like, could there be, let's say, a authorization or checklist kind of thing to say, I do want this thing? The very
Yeah.
first thing I noticed when I looked at this image was, music specifically got to be on this list. Maybe that one doesn't belong here. The others, I can see it, but music? Photos maybe too.
Yeah.
Debatable, I guess. But yeah, music doesn't seem like a necessity. It seems like Apple kind of saying, oh no, if we eliminate everything else, we won't have a reason to charge people. But music, there's money there.
Austin said I want to enable this mode when I ground my nephew. Yeah, also that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they have screenshots of some of the minimal apps, and there's even like some options in there where if you have someone that's like not good at communicating through a keyboard, in the messages app you can just bring up a keyboard that's only like emoji, which is kind of interesting.
That's a fun twist.
It's actually Gen Z mode.
Oh,
I'm kidding. So
Thank you,
yeah,
Bill
that's kind of cool. Yeah. he would make that joke. So yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting because there's been a decent amount of attention on like using like basic phones as an alternative to smartphones. Like I see those articles a lot where they're like, should you get one of these, Nokia, whatever, or the basic phones, and save yourself from distractions,
or those
whatever.
ink phones.
Yeah. Which I have done, but most I just wanted to play around with one of the silly Nokia phones. But yeah, so that one's interesting. They also have another feature called live speech, where they're gonna have a thing where you can type on a keyboard while you're on a video call or audio call, and it will just say what you're typing. I feel like Pixels already have that, I think.
Wait. Say what you're typing or type what you're saying?
You type with the keyboard and it will say it.
Okay.
I feel like I've seen that in like a Pixel feature drop or something, but I might be misremembering.
I know that there is an assistive mode that does that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know too much beyond that.
Yeah, but they said that's coming to iPhone, iPad, and Mac, and they specifically say it can work for phone calls and FaceTime calls and in-person conversations. So in one of these screenshots, they actually show like just on the lock screen, you can pull this up, and I guess it'll just say what you're typing at the
Uh,
speaker.
if I recall, this was, I might have this wrong, but I think this was added to Android. Oh, I did a teardown about that. Now that I think about it, it was added for 911 calls where you were not able to speak.
Oh yeah.
So you needed to be able to type your message in a 911 call, and it was it would be spoken through the speaker to the 911 operator. Yeah, that's what it was. And yeah, it's because some people either in a loud situation or because of they might be in like a home invasion situation, things like
Right.
that, can't necessarily speak. Man, it's weird how much stuff I've covered in teardowns and have completely forgotten.
So yeah, it's kind of cool. This did make me think about someone. I think it was a tweet where or an article where someone was like, "All right, guys, which third party app is Apple gonna kill this year at WWDC?" And it's like, okay, I guess all the apps that were for reading out what you typed. Rest in peace.
The Sherlocking continues.
And yeah, Diablo mentioned up the capturing your voice thing. Yeah, so that's they also announced this other thing called personal voice, where I'll just read. They say users can create a personal voice by reading along with a randomized set of text prompts to record 15 minutes of audio on iPhone or iPod or iPad. Sorry, we don't make iPods anymore. This speech accessibility feature uses on-device machine learning to keep users' information private and secure, and integrates seamlessly with live speech, so users can speak with their personal voice when connecting with loved ones. And they specifically mentioned that like people with a recent diagnosis of ALS and other things that impact speaking, this could be cool for. But yeah, I do think it's kind of interesting. Like, this is a feature that's like very clearly built with like many years in mind, I guess is the right term, because like if you're losing your speaking, that can be like a gradual thing, and then eventually you don't have it at all. But ideally, you would still have this model. So it's like, is this like the ultimate iPhone lock-in mechanism? Like, you're just gonna keep, because like this is like there's no like portable format for voice models, as far as I know. That's not really a thing yet.
Yeah, also, to be fair, this probably isn't something that you just want to do unless you have a reason you need to do it, because, my god, it's not like people aren't already going to be stealing people's voices and using those. That's already an existing scam. But, recording something to your phone, and then if someone steals your phone and can then basically just use your voice, you're literally handing them the keys to the kingdom.
Yeah, yeah, I'd be interested to see what I mean, like they say that it's trained on device, but I don't know how that works in like I would assume you can transfer this to another, like other devices, or back it up to your Apple account or something.
I would
It'd be
assume
kind of
so.
weird if you, yeah, I would hope so, if you're building this with the intention that someone can keep using their voice after a while. But yeah, so that's kind of interesting. And they also showed off a detection mode in magnifier, where they kind of say that you'll just be able to like point your camera at stuff and it'll tell you what it is. Even to the point of like you could hold it over like something in real life that has buttons and roll your finger over it, and it'll tell you what the buttons do, as if it was like a software button in an app. So that's, if that works well, that's pretty cool. And there's a couple other things in here, but Yeah, Austin said it. So I guess this is cut time for WWDC. Yeah, it's interesting. Apple's dropping this and also the Final Cut and Logic stuff before Dub Dub, um, which makes me every time they do something like this, I'm like, okay, more time to talk about the headset. That's what this is gonna be.
Yeah.
But also, they said this was for Accessibility Awareness Day, which is later this month. Oh, I think it's tomorrow. So there's also a reason, I guess, to talk about this before Dub Dub, but not necessarily a requirement.
May 18th, yeah.
Yeah, so that's tomorrow. So yeah, kind of some cool stuff there. Again, I'm interested in learning more about that assistive access mode, because that does also seem just like a absolute extreme version of focus mode and all these other things. So I'm kind of interested to see what people can do there.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some interesting stuff. There are parts of this, like I said, I'm a little creeped out by the give Apple your voice kind of stuff. But you know, it's clear
introducing
that
the
trying.
Apple Ursula.
Yeah, it's clear though that they're trying to do some really good things. It's just, you know, how is it gonna go?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's kind of like I feel like I would be weirded out if someone sent me like a voice memo that was like kind of sounded like them but was also robotic. But I mean, like I'm sure there's like, it's, I guess, probably more for like the people who are directly affected by it, so I'm not gonna like project my feelings onto them. But they did have at least one quoting here from the person who was very excited about that, so that person's golden now.
something like that. I will have to look into this weird Wendy's thing that just got posted into RambleCast in a second.
Was it the AI Wendy? The what? Oh yeah, the robot, the Google Bard drive-through thing, right? What?
No.
Discord won't let me click on links. What's going on here?
It's curbside pickup. This is, you know how you could go to a bank. Sometimes they have like a drive-through. You can put stuff into a tube and send it. This, I think, is the same thing.
Okay.
I'm
actually reloading Discord because it just completely broke on me.
Okay, so I'll put the.
I really need Discord to stop showing me pop-ups that its birthday is coming up. I don't care this
God,
much.
I hate that so much. Okay, so
you didn't even really need to tell me once, but you told me like 10 times.
I know. I've been told a few times, and it's really, really testing my limits. Anyway, so without even reading,
I see. Okay.
Yeah, I think the gimmick here is they just have these really large boxes that the robots navigate the thing to, as opposed to just like, obviously you can't just use wind powered tubes to deliver whole meals.
Oh, okay. I mean, I think they should. That'd be really cool. I'd love to get my food from like a mail tube.
I mean, part of me feels like putting food into what is effectively a cannon is not the most effective strategy.
It depends on the food for sure, and I think also like this would probably get pretty messy if you tried to put a drink in there.
You don't know that.
Your little like tube thing comes up and you just you take it out and put a straw in it. That's your drink.
Okay, have you ever gone to one of those places, like any boba places, where what they do is they make the drink, put it into a plastic cup, and then they literally like just put it into a machine that seals the top with a thin plastic layer? Yeah, I mean, you could do that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not anymore. It's actually less wasteful than the lids that they currently put on cups. So
Yeah, all the styrofoam.
yeah. So weirdly, this actually would, and it would make those drinks completely impervious to wind explosions. The caveat is, imagine poking that thing and your soft drink just explodes through it, like high pressure carbonated explosions. I now want to see that happen in cars. I admit, this is on my bucket list. I want to see somebody make one of those, shake it up, and then just poke it inside of a car.
So this is just like a more advanced like dummy waiter, basically. It's just a dummy waiter, but it also horizontal.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
horizontal to vertical.
Yeah. I mean, every time I think about stuff like this, it's this and the recent. Well, it's not really the same thing. There's been a couple of things like this recently. Also, like Taco Bell trying those like redesigns where it's just sort of like a elevated version with more lanes and stuff. And my thoughts always like, man, like cars really fucked up infrastructure. Like, you have to go this far. And it's like, man, just walk into this. Just walk into the store. You don't have to build a robot system for this. Or
you say that, but dude, we literally just had a pandemic.
I know. Well, that was my next point. Is like, you get to the stuff where we're over engineering because the Wendy's will pay for one person to be in the building at any given time. Like, if I'm thinking of all the issues of like fast food places, especially over the past couple of years, it's really just like all of them running on skeleton staff for forever. Like, that's kind of where the issue is, at least around here. I don't know.
I feel like that was already on the way to happening.
Oh yeah.
Which, obviously the recent news that Wendy's again is going to be using Google Bard as its thinking piece for taking orders at drive-thrus. So
the one location they're trying that in.
Well, they're test piloting at one location, but eventually they're going, assuming it doesn't go horribly wrong, they're obviously going to roll this out to all of them. Which, to be fair, this probably will not really take away any jobs. Yes, somebody typically quote unquote works the drive-thru, but they're doing other things while they're taking the order. Granted, this might relax the requirements a little bit. Maybe every location will now be able to do with one fewer person. But this is not going to be like slashing half the jobs. You're just at most taking away one person. That's not ideal.
Yeah.
It sucks in that sense, but that is a small loss, relatively speaking, especially if that voice will no longer be a terrible, hello, I got no Wendy's. How can I get your order? I don't want to hear that. If we can get a good, solid, like, Google voice out of this, that's not the worst.
I think they should let you choose your voice when you roll up. It's like, all right, I want to talk to Pirate Wendy's today.
Ooh, yes. Yes, so much.
Or they're gonna do what like Waze does and just have like a couple celebrity voices in there.
No. What you need is pretend you are something.
Yeah.
Pretend you're Optimus Prime. Hello, humans. What can I get you today?
I do think that the drive-thru thing is interesting because the main problem with all of these tech rollouts that happen in like service industries is you get to the problem where a lot of people just flat out do not want to interact with this stuff. Like people who don't want to use the touch screens at the McDonald's, people who don't want to do all the other stuff. But like that's the thing where you're like, nothing's really changing in the user flow there. Like you're still talking to a speaker and it's talking back to you. Um, like theoretically, you could do this like and not know you're not talking to a person. Um, except maybe they might sound a little weird, but like you said, the speakers are not good anyway. There's some plausible deniability there.
Okay, I honestly have only been through Wendy's drive-through once in my life, and it was like probably 8-ish years ago. So I don't really remember what it was like, but I think I remember it actually like standing out in my mind that it sounded way too good to be a drive-through speaker. Maybe I'm mixing it up with some other place, but I swear I remember
You
the Wendy's
look back
actually
at
being
the
like
window. The worker's got a Blue Yeti hooked up with the with the behind the counter.
That'd be kind of baller. But yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, little things could improve that experience a lot. But I don't know how good or bad Wendy's was with this.
Austin said Wendy's will partner with Apple to use your deceased loved one's voice. Oh no!
Wow, that's dark. I like it. I actually. Oh God. Oh no! I just got the greatest idea, which is also something Wendy's would never do because would cost them a fortune. But I also love it. Imagine if it started...
Bring the loved ones back to life, and then.
I mean, if you're gonna go that far, you bring the loved ones back to life and then serve them as the... No, never mind. Hey, you guys didn't want animal cruelty. Anyway, no. Okay, moving way away from that dark path. No, imagine if for people who are trying to lose weight, it used the voice of your personal trainer. Imagine your personal trainer. Hey, what do you want, fatso? Do you want to lose weight today? Nah, you're not getting the fries. You're getting the salad. Okay. Okay.
Can't wait for the news headline that's like, Wendy's gives millions of people an eating disorder.
I mean, let's be honest. That's a headline that should have already happened for McDonald's and Burger King, and definitely Taco Bell.
I basically never go to the Wendy's because the one around here is like doesn't ever function. Like it's like terrible. So maybe they do need the bar to speed up that process. I don't know, but I mean the entire time I've been here, they've had the classic sign in the like front of the building that's like now hiring, and then below the hiring it says competitive wages.
Yeah, okay.
So I think I know what the issue is over there.
Well, they're competing with the state's minimum wages. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're competing with homeless wages. Anyway, yeah. All I can say is if I cannot pull up to a Wendy's in the next year and ask it to pretend to be a very flamboyant pirate, I'm going to be disappointed because I want to hear that. And I'm not going to try to impersonate it right now because I will screw that up. But or give me some time, give me some practice. I bet I can make that hilarious.
You go to the window and you say, "Okay, Wendy, pretend to be McDonald's. I want a Big Mac."
I saw that.
Yeah. So yeah, okay. Didn't expect to talk about Wendy's.
Oh, by the way, and I think I made this. I know I made this joke somewhere. I don't remember where, but I really, really want to be able to ask it to recommend some food to me, but you cannot recommend anything on your menu, or try to recommend something on your menu without naming anything on your menu. Something like that. Just give it challenges that Google Bard would actually try to do. Anyway. You just
pull up to the drive-thru. You're like, "Hey, can you help me with this C++ function? I don't really get what's going on here."
Just start reading off code.
Yeah. I'd be honestly afraid what a Wendy's chatbot would be like. I think it'd probably insult me. So yeah, Apple stuff. Oh, there was also the Beats Studio. Apple came out with new earbuds under the Beats product line, which still exists apparently. I I don't think I've seen anyone with Beats headphones in years, but I think they've mostly switched to earbuds, and I'm not gonna walk up close enough to see what a stranger has in their ears. It's kind of weird, but they released the Beats Studio Buds Plus, which is an upgraded version of the Beats Studio Buds. It's crazy, and it's kind of interesting because you can see Apple's kind of doing the thing that Samsung does with AKG and the other audio brand that they own. I forget where they sort of use the separation to support other platforms. So like Apple's AirPods and stuff like works with Android, but you can't like change any of the settings or use the like find my function and that kind of stuff. But these are pretty cross-platform. Like we got this under embargo at How To Geek, so I saw the like reviewers guide they had, and there was like a whole page in it talking about how it's like actually cross-platform. So it works with Apple's Find My implementation, and it also works with Google's Find My implementation that they just announced at Google I/O. And of course, you can like change all the settings and stuff on both platforms, I believe.
Whoa. Is it the Find My network that they just announced, or is it the existing Find My device thing that's been around for ages?
It's the one that's coming. It's the like just Bluetooth based, yeah. So it'll work with that. There's a cool like transparent plastic color which I kind of like. And also these are USB-C, which is so arguably they're more compatible with Android phones right now than Apple's iPhones. And kind of I guess you could say it maybe lends more credibility if you needed it to the idea that iPhones are going USB-C, but there's already a decent amount of news in that direction.
Yeah. I mean, it's not official, but it's a given. The question was, to me, I think the question's been for a long time: was it going to happen this year or next year for the iPhone? And this gives a nice nudge in the direction that it'll happen this year. But to be fair, a case for earbuds can be changed reasonably late in the game. I think the iPhone's manufacturing and everything, it's very possible that they may have already made commitments on the iPhones by the time the law was like formal in the EU. So I could see very possibly we still might not get the USB-C iPhone this year. It might still be Lightning, but yeah, this at least gives us a little more promise of going USB-C.
Yeah, and again, I hope they do, and I would like USB-C AirPods at some point. I might buy those if those ever materialize, but
well, I think it's a given. You know, if they switch,
eventually,
the AirPods will definitely happen. The only real question is how long is it going to take?
How long? Yeah.
And I find myself having to bring up this goodie again. Please, Apple, make the Magic Trackpad USB-C, and don't wait until you suddenly decide, oh, it's finally time. No, do it sooner. I am honestly, I would if this one hadn't just broken, I would have been perfectly ready on day of to order a new one of these as soon as the USB-C model came out. I'm furious at the circumstances that I just had to order one of these. It's Lightning, and I'm very determined to sell that. I'm gonna keep that one as like nice as possible. No scuffs, no scratches. Not that this one's bad or anything. The bottom's got a little bit of light scratching, but I'm going to keep it as pristine as possible just so I can resell the damn thing as soon as there's a USB-C model. But please,
Uh,
please, I've been begging for this for years.
David says, I would jump on this, but no H1 chip or whatever. Does that matter?
To
I'm not
iPhone
being
users, it does.
I'm not being sarcastic. How does that matter?
Basically, it makes for a more reliable connection. It is a faster connection.
Right.
Yeah, and the H1 chip in the AirPods is sort of customized to work with the H1 chip in the iPhone. So, I mean, the H1 chip by itself already is kind of like tuned to just be better at Bluetooth than most other Bluetooth chips. So
yeah,
it works better with Bluetooth chips in many instances.
I mean, because I remember when the original AirPods were actually like the first Apple device I like bought in my like, I'm already in like Google, Windows, Android world, whatever. But like nothing else is working here. I need to buy AirPods because all of the like true wireless earbuds at that point were really bad. All of them were doing that stupid thing that took forever to move past. Also, where like one of them was like the primary, and you have to remember like, oh, I can't take this one out, or this other one will stop working. I need to like have them both, or just this one. That was a fun time.
Kind of over.
I'm glad that's over. That was horrible. I'd rather just have wires.
And I didn't really use any true wireless buds during that period of time, so I know it existed, but I never actually personally experienced it, which is nice. But it is also funny to me every time we were filling out that little bit of inside knowledge here. But the system at AP that we have to enter review stuff into, or we did have to, that's recently changed. It actually had a field specifically for specifying if you can use either bud or not. Like that was just a field we had to fill out. It was weird. Especially since no one needs this anymore.
Yeah. I had one pair of earbuds that did that. I had I think it was like Samsung Gear earbuds, something like that. It was like before they called them Galaxy Buds. It was much earlier than that. And they did do the like one needs to be the primary thing, which was annoying. But they also had kind of a like interesting feature that I don't think I've seen in anything recent, in that you could copy some MP3s to the buds to listen to on
neat.
a like if you're like running somewhere without your phone, you've got a little bit of music on you, which I think that's interesting.
These don't have it, but the earbuds I just reviewed, the case is actually capable of streaming. And now the case doesn't have storage for putting music on it, but this is one of the features I said in the review, like, this is something they should have. It's just a smart idea. Put on some storage so you can load on podcasts or music or something like that. And, then you could literally just take the case with you for a run, or, whatever. I don't know. There's a lot of different things you could do, but yeah, I just think that'd be a neat idea.
Yep.
Though, to be fair, I give huge credit because the case is just cool, because the reason it can stream is you can plug into the USB port. You can plug this cable that on the other end is a headphone jack. You can plug it into literally anything and just play music wirelessly that way. It is a neat feature. It's not the greatest audio quality, but it's a neat feature.
So that's I guess that's it for the buds. I'm very eagerly awaiting USB-C iPhone. I'll probably try to pre-order it. I don't know. we'll see. I'm supposed to have like a very minimal discount on Apple products through my job. I don't know how that works with the pre-order system. I'd have to check, but and I do have my Apple card now also. So whatever happens, I'll get that 5% cash back on that iPhone, which I'm sure will be like a couple bucks. I don't know.
Is it 5% back on iPhones? I thought it was just 3% back on anything in the store.
I actually don't remember.
But they
I might be
they do
confusing that
run
with
deals sometimes,
Yeah.
so there is that. Like I know they were running a double % off on something at one point. I just deleted a bunch of emails, so I saw a few of these things.
Yeah. I was confusing it for my Target card. It is 3% with Apple and a handful of other companies.
Yeah.
So that's
3% with Apple, 2% when you use your Apple card through your iPhone at like tap and pay locations, and then 1% if it's just their titanium card wherever. I know this because I kind of actually made a dumb mistake. I've had obviously my Apple card for a long time. I never recorded any of the information from it because I thought I didn't need to. Turns out, if you haven't set up your Apple card as your payment method in the Apple Store, it doesn't do it automatically. It'll do it on your first order when you apply for the card, but it doesn't do it after that.
Right.
So I had to dig up my iPhone SE, which I didn't know where it was at, get it powered up, get everything set up on there, just so I could look up the card number so I could add it as a payment method in the Apple Store. Because there's no other way to do it.
Yeah.
I can pay the bill,
yeah.
I can do everything else, but I have to have a effing iPhone so I can look at the card number.
Totally normal card things. Great. Well done, Apple.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I'm pretty sure that card will remain literally just the next time I'm dumping a few $100s at Apple.
Oh yeah, it's the only reason to use that card.
Yeah.
Honestly, there are pretty much always better cards everywhere else for anything else.
And now I've got my savings in something else, so I don't really need the Apple's weird savings account that you can only access through an iPhone.
Yes.
That's honestly more horrifying than the credit card.
Yeah, it kind of is.
It's like, oh no, I can't pay. I can't get some cash back because I don't remember what my number is. Versus, all of my money is stored in that phone.
Plus, someone can just steal your phone. And
it's exactly like the stories where people were like, I've lost all my money because I can't find the password of my Bitcoin wallet.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, you can solve this problem. Just head on over to the Apple Store. We'll get you a new iPhone.
Yeah.
Good times.
Anyway, yeah, these Beat Studio Buds, they sound kind of interesting. I'd like to play with them, but I probably never will.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty happy with my my Sony XM5s here, and maybe I'll get USB-C AirPods whenever they show up. I don't know. I do kind of need like some kind of thing that isn't over ear for like, working out or just walking my dog, because even with like the pass-through thing, like it not really the best idea to have over ear headphones on like walking alone at night. It's maybe not the smartest move, but I've been using my, I don't know where they are, but my beloved Galaxy Beans don't really work anymore. So I did go back to my original AirPods, which do technically work, but the battery life is very bad because they've been in a drawer for like 3 years. So I'm just gonna, they seem to be fine, like last at least an hour when I'm not like on a call. they drain very quickly if I'm talking on the phone. But they're fine for playback still, kind of. So I'm just gonna ride that out for a while, and if they die, hopefully that's when there's USB-C AirPods, or I don't know. I'll just buy the new TicPods Pro, whatever those are called now. My options are limited because I can't do in-ear earbuds, so don't have a lot of choices there,
Yeah.
which is very fun.
So, well, at the moment I'm actually quite happy with the the earbuds I just reviewed. I wouldn't necessarily recommend them to anyone since they're $330 earbuds. Well, with this case, but you know, I like them. They sound good. The one complaint I have, or the biggest complaint I have, there's no equalizer. You have 3 presets and only 2 of them are good. One of them's useless, and the 2 that are good, honestly, I want to overlap them. So I want to get that nice tight, like that nice tight U curve going, and they would sound perfect. But yeah, not there. Anyway, really quick as a non-topic, but I think it just needs to be called out because holy crap, Nicolas Cage is going to be in Dead by Daylight. The game. They just brought him on to be a character in the game.
Oh, I think I saw this. Yeah.
Yeah, this is just gonna be a thing. Like I said, not even a topic. I just now see everyone who said I shouldn't bother with Dead by Daylight. See how wrong you were. See how wrong you were. Anyway, so moving on.
Cool. I saw him in Renfield. It was not a good movie.
Is it not?
It's not. It's almost. It's almost like B movie entertaining. Like I think they tried to like do that. Yeah, but it's just sometimes it's just not that.
Okay, well,
I don't know. Maybe you'll have a different opinion on it.
I'm going to watch it for sure.
Differ slightly.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I feel like I've made this argument a lot in just the last few weeks, but sometimes movies are just meant to be a roller coaster ride. They're not meant to be good. They're just meant to be a roller coaster ride. They're supposed to be fun. They're supposed to be shallow. Oh, I remember I was specifically saying this in reference to Fast X coming up, which I don't care what anybody says. I like the Fast and Furious movies, obviously all the Tokyo Drift, but whatever. Yeah, I'm sorry, but hey, it's a roller coaster. You're meant to get on, enjoy the stupid moments, and when it's over, it's over. Don't look for anything deeper. And I feel like Renfield is probably going to be kind of like that.
It was kind of. I saw one review on, like, I think it was Letterboxd, or someone was like, this would have been a really great like SNL skit, and they stretched it too much. I kind of agree with that a little bit, but I mean, yeah, like parts of it are still fine.
Yeah, and that's true of a lot of movies. Maybe not necessarily SNL, but you know, there are so many movies I've watched where I think, wow, that would have been a great TV episode. Maybe
this didn't need to be 2 hours. Yeah, this could have been a nice, 80 minutes.
This is a solid 42 minutes, or maybe even, this might be more like a Netflix half hour. Give us something in that smooth, like 22 to 27 minute time frame. Those work for certain movies. The movies themselves do not work at 90 minutes. Yeah, I actually, when I was doing reviews for the movie post on AP, I would say about 1 out of every 3 or 1 out of every 4 movies, I ended up saying, this could have just been they could have taken this movie, slashed a good 20 to 30 minutes off of it, and it would have made it like legitimately good. But as it stands, they shot too much footage and didn't have the guts to cut it out.
Yeah, I do agree though that sometimes bad movies really fun. One of my favorite movie experiences recently was watching well, I don't even remember exactly what it was called. That's how memorable the movie was. It was whatever the second to last Terminator
Genesis
is. Genesis, yeah. Watch Genesis for movie night on my Discord. Oh, that was incredible. Most garbage movie.
By the way, just for clarity, and yes, I am defending myself as I say this. If you had asked me any other time what the second to last Terminator movie is, I would have just stared blankly and said, I don't know, but it doesn't have a number in it, I think.
Yeah.
The only reason I know is I saw your announcement that you were watching Genesis, and it's stuck in my head that was the name.
It's such a garbage movie.
Honestly, outside of T2, I've never actually liked any of the Terminators, and even T2 was, to me, kind of so-so.
Yeah, I don't like I don't like the first one for the most part. I think
it's just too dated.
It's too dated, and also the entire movie is just person running from killer robot. Yeah. Like it's just a 2-hour chase scene. T2 has some stuff going on.
Yeah, T2 actually has like a story, like a real story.
Yeah.
And I think T2 they did a good enough job. It was well acted. You can tell that they hadn't jumped the shark with Schwarzenegger's acting yet. And like, yeah, I feel like they really tried in T2 and they got it right.
And it just looks cool.
T3 was, I don't know. They
leaned. Yeah, when I was watching it recently, it definitely doesn't take itself super seriously.
Yeah,
which was probably the right move.
It was the right
none
call.
None of the serious Terminators after that have worked out. So it seems like a preferable alternative.
Yeah, you're right. I think if they had tried to be serious about it, it probably would have gone very poorly. But at the same time, I feel like not taking it very seriously also may have had its own mistakes as a result. I'm not sure, but yeah. I don't know.
T3 was just fine. Like it wasn't amazing. And then I watched Salvation, which is the one with Christian Bale, and that might be the worst movie I've ever seen. That was real bad. It's up there. Like I don't think I can say like definitively, because there might be something I've blocked out of my memory that's worse. Because I did watch Battlefield Earth once, but I don't remember most of it. So if I watched that again, I'd probably say that's worse. I know it's real bad, but
there are not many movies. I did not actually ask for my money back, but there are not many movies out there where I've considered it, and that was one of them.
Oh no, you paid money for that?
Because friends went to go watch it, yes.
Oh, yeah.
In fairness, I've also seen in terms of like High School Reunion, and I needed to. Yeah. I felt angry at myself for sitting through that. So,
yeah, in terms of movies I've seen in a theater, I think in that category for me would be, I think, still the most recent Pirates of the Caribbean movie I saw.
Yeah, that was bad.
I remember almost nothing except I thought it was bad. Like the whole time I was just sitting and thinking, oh, this isn't good.
And
then
it just lacked all the personality, except for moments where the personality was bad.
I don't remember a single thing about it. I couldn't tell you anything that happened.
I remember being extremely outraged by the final the final big action scene as the ocean has been parted, or sea, maybe, I don't know, ocean or sea, and like it's parted down to the ground, and then it starts closing back in, and the ships are like riding the sides of it, almost like, I don't know, like almost like snowboarders riding the edge of a cliff. Like it just looks so hokey and wrong. And I mean, fine, physics don't have to matter here, but they should matter a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
They did such a terrible job on that movie.
Yeah, that was one that I really did not.
I don't know if you're being serious or sarcastic.
That was when I remember sitting there. I was like, "Oh, this is not good." The other one that like I very much hated was I know that the bar for this is so low, but I thought Despicable Me 3 was total garbage. I know that's like probably what you would expect, but I thought the first one I think is still a pretty good movie. Like that's just a fun, cute movie. Two was not. Okay. One I think is a pretty good movie. I think that's still probably the best Illumination thing I've seen. I have not seen the Mario movie. Supposedly that's fine, but
I looked at just like 2 minutes of it a day or so ago, and I'm thinking the only way to watch it as an adult is to either be doing other things at the same time or probably get very high. But I don't know. It has a very Saturday morning cartoon vibe to it, where it you know, it clearly is just intended for kids. I'm not going to judge it harshly because that's the audience they aim for. The only sad thing there is we've seen what Pixar can do. Pixar made movies that were intended for kids, but at the same time, like they piled in jokes that adults would actually enjoy and laugh at and not feel stupid for being there and listening to them. And to that extent, like, I feel like Pixar has done enough movies. They've elevated this thing high enough that everyone else should be doing it too. But okay, you know, that's not a fair judgment.
So Despicable Me was really terrible. I can't think of another movie that I've like paid money to go see that was just horrific.
Okay,
I don't see a lot of movies. So.
I'm going to say this because I think this just needs to be called out. A movie that I did not pay to see, and in fact was invited to watch for free by the PR people. Donnie's Bar Mitzvah. It is hands down the worst thing I've ever seen. Not even a question. It is abysmal. It is absolute gutter trash. It is filmed lazily. It is dumb as can be. I guess it had writers. I'm not actually entirely sure. Somehow they managed to get a couple of, well, they're celebrities, you know, but they're not like the A-listers exactly. One of them was Noreen DeWolf. I think I'm saying that name right. And the other one was oh my god, why am I suddenly blanking on his name? Machete. Danny Trejo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, both of them, for whatever reason, decided to cameo in this thing. Which I'm thinking the only explanation is someone slept with the right person.
Danny has not picked a lot of good movies.
I think that's on purpose, though. I think he is very much a guy who's like, wait, do I have to try? No? Sign me up. Like, I feel like he just wants to show up and just laugh his ass off the whole time.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think anything bad with him in it. I don't think I can pinpoint on him. So
Yeah.
it might just be like a, you know, he might just be the Hispanic like Nicolas Cage, like just like you know what, he's fine.
Oh my god!
Everything around
Can we
him.
put both of them in a movie together? I want this.
Yeah,
I am. This is my new mission in life. I'm going to become a movie director,
Okay.
casting agent, the whole 9 yards. I will make the movie with Danny Trejo and Nicolas Cage together.
yeah. I think that's a noble goal.
And somehow I will also squeeze in David Hasselhoff just for like a scene. We got to get it all in there. At this point, I may as well cast Paris Hilton. I mean, it's just going to get... this whole movie's just buck wild with absurdity. But no. Anyway, Donnie's Bar Mitzvah. It is the only movie I've ever given a half-star rating to. The review I wrote for it was... I thought I held back. And it was still savage by any definition. And it's the only time I've ever communicated specifically, like shown my review to the PR agent before publishing it. I straight up gave him the offer. I don't have to publish this. I will just give you that offer. I don't have to say this, but if you don't care, I'm writing it. And the PR guy just straight up laughed and said, yeah, that's fine. Go for it. Which I feel like they wanted people to review this as horribly as possible. I think that was their marketing pitch, is that this is the worst movie ever.
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, that's fine. But yeah.
So
do you want to talk about the stupid Montana thing for a second, and then I need to go and pick up my groceries.
That's exactly what I just had queued up.
Okay.
So I'll leave you to summary.
I just lost it. Where did it go? There it is. So Verge just wrote that Montana passed its very silly law, which is the first TikTok ban by a state in the U.S. And it prohibits TikTok from being accessed starting on January of 2024, unless TikTok is sold, or maybe a court will challenge this. The ACLU was tweeting about this. I don't know if they are going to try to fight this in any way, or someone else will, but
and just to be clear, this is a total ban on TikTok. This is not a government ban. This is not a no use on schools or in military sites or things like that. This is a total, it doesn't matter where you are. If you are within the confines of this state, it is illegal to access TikTok. Wait, actually, is that? Or is it just a ban on allowing access to TikTok? And by that I mean ISPs obviously have to block it, but I wonder, is it actually illegal if somebody works around it to access it?
Well, the Verge's article says the law specifies that no penalties apply to users of TikTok, but App Store operators and TikTok itself could face fines defined as each time a user accesses TikTok, is offered the ability to access TikTok, or is offered the ability to download TikTok. And the Verge also mentions that it's not super clear if the website falls into this category or something like that. But
what would be the situation with, let's say, APK Mirror? Just because they're hosting the APK, would that possibly make this a problem? Do they have to geofence Montana specifically and say, nope, we can't allow this one line
that would be
state?
That would be extremely fun. You just cross the border into Montana. It's like, oh, I can't download my Google APKs anymore.
But yeah, I mean, at a bare minimum, this is obviously not going to work because, as Utah just recently proved, people have heard of a thing called VPNs.
Yeah.
So
I love the subtle roast from David. Oh no, I feel bad for the hundreds of residents.
yeah.
It's true, no one lives there. Although I am curious to see if this starts a domino effect. I mean, like, there's other states that are talking about this. So.
I mean, DeSantis
honestly,
was singing the praises of this already. So
yeah, I was about to say I'm surprised Texas or Florida didn't get to this first, because they've, especially Florida, has been in a contest of just passing the most asinine shit.
Yeah.
For the past couple months. Like now, I don't know if it's law yet, but there was a bill going through that would prevent all gender affirming care, even for adults. So effectively, like, forcing trans adults to detransition, which is super cool. After the main defense for all this asinine shit for the past couple months is protecting children, supposedly. It's like, oh no, just fuck all of them. We don't care. It's very, very cool. So yeah, I'm surprised Florida didn't get to this first, honestly.
I'm sure it's because they were just too busy.
They were too busy with the trans people. That was the main hold.
Honestly, they're too busy.
They'll get to
Disney.
This eventually.
Honestly, yeah. They're too busy with Disney. And dear God, I can't get enough of that. You know how everyone's been super into all the other dumb dramas over the last few years? Me, I'm sold on this Florida versus Disney thing, or DeSantis versus Disney.
I mean, that's really like
comedy.
Yeah, well, it's DeSantis, but like, I don't know to what degree Florida taxpayers are paying for this. I don't know how much of it is his personal lawyers versus that, but it is very much the like the bit in Godzilla, the like let them fight thing. It's like, I don't like either. I'm just like, all right, sure, guys, go ahead.
Yeah,
go for it. I'm not going to be a Disney or Florida's corner for anything.
I mean, if I had to pick a corner, I don't think it's hard to guess which one I'm on. But
yeah, I mean,
but yeah, I definitely want to see Disney get taken down a few pegs too. Like, it's
mostly the like people in Florida who think this is silly or subsidizing this weird legal tussle.
Oh yeah,
and also the fact that like this started because Disney was given this incredible ability to like run their own part of a state, which is completely insane if you
oh yeah. No,
especially because like the reason they were given that was because Walt Disney kept going to Florida back when he was still alive and was like, yeah, I want to build like an entire like concept city here. Can I do that? And they're like, okay, sure. And then he died and they never actually built that, but they get to keep the special district.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, so as much as I would really enjoy to keep making fun of this, now the TikTok situation, realistically, like, this will become, I guarantee it, a First Amendment lawsuit. Because this is legally speaking preventing free speech. It is an unjust ban against a business, etc. Like, there are a lot of things here. Montana would be in a better position if they had passed a really just terrible, like, super complicated law mandating like what TikTok could do, what kind of content it could produce in the state. Like, if they had just made it insufferable for TikTok to operate, TikTok would have closed its doors to the state anyway. But by banning it, all they're doing is creating First Amendment.
Right. So, like Utah did. Like, they didn't ban Pornhub. Right. But they did be like, if you're Pornhub, you need to add a full system that verifies people's identities And so they
Every
were just like,
time they
no, we're
log
not.
in, you
Yeah,
have to
like, no,
you
we're not
have
going
to
to do that.
send them a photo of your actual state issue ID. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that was never going to be a viable option. So yeah, all the adult sites have closed off Utah. And now a bunch of VPNs are making boatloads
Yeah.
of money.
Now, if you go to Google Trends and you type in VPN, and you
Yeah.
see which regions light up. It's very interesting.
Oh, it's hilarious.
And what a shame that a lot of the big VPN companies are not publicly traded, because that would
Yeah.
be some good stock to have right about now.
Yep. Or well, at least then.
Yeah.
Though, you know, come the ban in Montana, I bet all the VPNs are going to get another huge surge, and yeah, we're going to see
Yep.
the few that do have sort of any sort of stock relationship, yeah, they're all going to skyrocket.
Yeah. Yeah, this is very silly, and it is a little bit of like whataboutism, so I'm not going to say this is the best argument in the world, but it is really frustrating every time I see like I've noticed there's a few larger news orgs that do this a lot. I've also noticed my local news really likes doing it. I've just sort of like talking about the stuff like TikTok is in a vacuum of really terrible privacy practices. Like TikTok's terrible, but it's not like it's just sort of like the next step of terrible from Facebook and Instagram and our domestic products, so to speak.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
it's been really frustrating to watch this discussion where almost never has it led to like a, hey, maybe we should have actual privacy laws like Europe gets.
Mm-hmm.
Or a lot of, I'm sure I don't know what Canada is up to, but I would assume they have something better than we do, because we have nothing. And there's been like basically no movement on that.
Yeah.
Granted, there's never movement on anything at the federal level, because we're like 2 weeks away from the entire economy collapsing, so they're kind of tied up with that right now. But past couple really, I don't know when this sort of started. I guess maybe the past year or two, somewhere in there. But it's been frustrating to watch, for sure.
Oh yeah. And you know, it's actually just to make the reference again, but kind of like Disney versus DeSantis. Look, Montana versus TikTok. I don't really have a winner to pick in this race. Like I kind of just want to see both of them go at each other for a while, and I want to see both of them take some L's. So
especially because like TikTok is like not tried to help its argument whatsoever. Like I know they move like, I think they store US customer data on like US servers now, but they did that whole thing where they opened like an office somewhere in the US, I think it was Texas, and they invited a bunch of journos, and it's just like a room, and they were like, no, don't go in the back, don't go there.
Yeah,
it's like, all right guys. I don't know how you thought this would go.
Yeah, well, it was sort of like walking into, from what I read, it was sort of like walking into basically sort of like almost like a computer museum, except, you know, with all new stuff, and it looks nice and pretty and fancy. But yeah, it was just there for like a few videos that were effectively propaganda for why they're good players in the US, and it does nothing. It is just the weirdest for show thing they could have done. And yeah, every single person every journalist, who knows how the politicians took it, but every journalist that went to go check this thing out basically came away saying, what was the point of this? Like, this is dumb. You did nothing for us. You didn't show us anything. You just produced a few lazy videos and hope that would make the problem go away. So yeah,
it's been real interesting watching a non-US platform take on in the US and what happens after that. because this would be a very different conversation if TikTok was doing all of this exact same things, but on U.S. soil.
Cough, cough, Facebook, cough, cough.
Yeah, I mean, like really not that different.
No, it genuinely is not different at all. In my mind, TikTok is I'm not going to say what they're guilty of, because I only know one thing they're guilty of. But they are accused of spying on people. Yeah, that's Facebook. Facebook 1000% is known for spying on people. Twitter at one time was asked to spy on people. They didn't at the time. We only know they didn't at that time. And then later, supposedly, all the people who stopped the spying from happening, they all quit or were fired. So we don't even know that Twitter didn't start, and in all likelihood did. So, I mean, at least both of those are probably guilty. And Instagram is owned by Facebook, so I'm going to assume they probably spy on people too. Okay, TikTok is accused of feeding Americans, or really most Western countries, like low quality content in terms of like, you know, the things old people would like to refer to as the stuff that rots your brain. And take that however you want, infer from that whatever you want. But basically, are they showing you dumbasses doing dumb things? Well, you're probably in the US. Are they showing you things that are actually like more intelligent and higher quality? Well, now you're probably in China, because that's the way everyone describes TikTok in China. Is it's kind of actually legitimately good content that's usually kind of intellectual, smarter, more valid. So we know they're guilty of this, but wait, is
like
anybody else?
There's a
Twitter's famous for it. Facebook, I mean, you just have to go there and spend like 3 minutes doom scrolling, and you'll see they are too. Even YouTube's pretty guilty of this.
Yeah, there's an argument when it comes to like how do these recommendation algorithms sort of like tunnel you into a certain viewpoint. But like I've lost track of how many articles that have went up of like, yeah, I set up a fresh new YouTube account, and like 2 videos later I'm on Alex Jones telling me that the frogs are gay. Like that's a pretty common occurrence. Again, Facebook, I don't know how much like they're necessarily been recommending it, but they've like totally let the gates fall on a lot of really bad people and pages over the years that were spreading pretty bad lies.
So I don't think it's really a mystery who I would say I tend to align with in terms of politics. But I've always found it really weird if I open up the video section in Facebook, 100%, I get extreme far right stuff. I always get that. And the theory that has been floated to me a few times is that's because of who my friends are. And there probably is some truth in that, but I hold to the notion that that's also why I don't watch videos over there. Well, there are many reasons I don't, but if they're showing me something, or they're trying to show me something and I'm not going to watch it, maybe stop trying to show that to me. Try something else. You'd think that a good algorithm would do that, and it doesn't seem like that's what they want to show. So, yeah, I think Facebook is, to some extent, either letting the algorithm be controlled, or they're using it to try to drive people to crazier stuff in the first place. Either way, Facebook bad?
Yeah, Facebook bad. Yeah,
Facebook bad.
And yeah, so I get really frustrated almost anytime this comes up, because it's usually not coming from a place of we need to be careful where our data is stored. Because like if I'm being honest, China having personal data about me doesn't impact me in the same way that the CIA tapping my phone calls or whatever, if they wanted to do that, does. or it wasn't the CIA. What was it? FBI
Probably
that had?
FBI.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, where did the Snowden links come from?
Oh, well,
Whichever.
Snowden himself was CIA.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Um,
But anyway, so
well,
yeah, it's
okay, so I will say this, and believe me, I know what the counter argument is. And
NSA. Thank you, David.
oh, NSA, sorry, yeah, that's right,
Yeah.
alphabet soup.
Other three-letter acronym.
Yeah, but in all fairness, you say that where you don't. What you're effectively saying is you don't really care that much if China has some sort of personal, private-ish information about you. Now, apply that same logic if you were, let's say, a senator. And Corbyn, we all know, is one day going to run for Senate, so, this will come up someday. But, yeah, I mean, consider, like, obviously, spying on a regular person, probably not really the biggest factor. But if they are spying on a senator, someone in politics, somebody who maybe runs an important company, or even just somebody who runs, let's say, the local like subway service, like they're the owner of or buses or something like that. If they come across the right thing and someone is really paying attention, that could become extortion material. So I do get an argument for this. If this were happening in, say, the Netherlands, if someone in Denmark had managed to build a super popular social network, I don't think we would be having this conversation. Not the same way, but it's because it's China. Because we know China 100% wants to do these things, then there is a conversation to be had there.
Right. The conversation becomes like, if I'm an important person, I need to have additional safeguards on the services I use, which is, like, again, something you should be doing independently of where something is owned, right?
Yeah.
Like, so then it also goes back to things like, okay, why is this different? Oh, because China bad. I see.
Right. Yeah. Okay. This is all. Any one of these things doesn't really matter. It's when it becomes all the things at once, everywhere. Sorry, I had to. It's because there is a, if we're talking in sort of computer security terms, there's a vector of attack, there's a motivation for attack, and there's someone very clearly willing to use, or who has the motivation and is in control of the vector of attack, and they will eventually one day use it. So yeah, I get the validity.
And there's, and this is sort of the same discussion that was popular like 3 years ago with banning, like, Huawei. Like, oh, we need to strip the Huawei equipment out of our networks, which I could understand that more, I guess, because it's like I don't want to say, like, if suddenly the U.S. went to war with China, because I don't know how realistic that is, but, like, I guess it's not a good idea to have, like, critical infrastructure running on something that you don't, like, fully legally control. Which again is also where you get the discussions about, like, TSMC, like, oh, we can't control what happens over there or something. But so, like, I can kind of get that, but again, that's different from, like, TikTok. Like, if you want to be, like, the most generous, like, yes, it's an information source in the same way that, like, Twitter was for a long time, where you have, like, actual, like, firsthand accounts of something happening, but it's not like, TikTok's not like infrastructure in that same way that, like, a cell tower would be.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and so fully agreed. The network hardware argument. I think at the time, because of where this was coming from, there were good justifications to maybe be a little more critical of it, of the decision to ban Huawei hardware. because that was clearly coming from an administration that had other motivations going on.
Right.
But yeah, there is a credible argument to be made for, yeah, we probably should be a little bit more cautious and concerned with our infrastructure. So that was valid.
Yeah. We got to use American-made routers. Oh wait.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, quick. Call Ericsson, guys.
But with that said, banning the technology and basically like killing off the phones from the company, going to private citizens. Yeah, that one's a little bit harder to justify.
Yeah.
That feels like a really stretched argument. But I suppose there could have been an attack vector there. So I don't want to necessarily get too caught up in that one. But yeah, TikTok, yeah, there's more honestly going on there. I think we all know that.
Yeah.
How dangerous it will ever be, who knows? But yeah, at a bare minimum, it's very clear. Anyone who's in politics, one of the best strategies, just don't have it installed and don't use it. Or if you're going to use it on like a second phone that doesn't get used for anything secure or private. These seem like little bits of advice that could have actually just been good enough.
Yeah, it's one of those things that like I run into with a couple topics, where it's like, yes, you should have some skepticism, but it depends on like where it's coming from and how much you can like think critically about it. Because like if you think critically about a lot of the problems with TikTok, like then you would also go to, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't, like when Facebook asks like, can I have access to all your contacts, I should say no.
Yeah.
So
except
it's fresh.
They would read them anyway. No, they did. Like literally, that was where was that happen? I forget what phone
they were using. I don't know specifically uploading contacts, but they did get in trouble for using numbers for two-factor authentication for tracking data.
Yeah, they did that.
Like they would tie that to your account.
They were also, oh god, there were some really weird, cringy things that they were doing. But I do specifically remember there was some phone where, or at least some OEM, and maybe it was Apple, maybe it was just all of Android, whatever it was, they were very specifically at one time, like you could deny access, and they just read them anyway. What they were using like a private API or some reflection trick or something, and they just found a way to bypass it, and they're like, who cares? We don't care what you did. We don't care what answer you gave. We're just gonna read it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could, make this argument for Snapchat, which stayed on the really old Android API level for as long as it possibly could, because it really didn't want you to deny a single permission.
Yeah.
Like I get like this kind of thing happens over and over again, but there's relatively little outcry from it. And like you never heard about that on like NBC or anything like that. But this is now a daily topic. Again, partially because it's news that a state bans it. Obviously, you should cover that. But other topic, like the like every time a news organization was like, guys, this TikTok trend is killing children, and it turns out that there was like one video like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, that's happened so many times now.
By the way, I just want to call this out because, well, you'll see. David said, we just need the government to make a TikTok. I know you're joking, but just think about this for a second. For just a second. People already said kids stopped using Facebook because their parents were on there. Just think of what happens when you have a social network with Mitch McConnell on it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. TikTok.
You don't want to see Mitch doing dances. You don't.
Exactly.
That's not something anyone needs to look at.
That the failure, it would literally be the fastest anything has ever failed. it will fail faster than the Nexus Q.
Yeah, and you know that would be sub contracted out, and it would just be, it would be completely non-functional. It'd be terrible. You've seen a DMV website, you know.
Yeah. Which we could actually have a whole conversation about the IRS free filing thing that just happened, but not today.
Well, it's not out yet. They're just supposedly working on it, so there's not a lot to say there.
Supposedly, supposedly the prototype is actually working.
Okay.
So they are still working on it, but yeah, they're supposedly a functioning prototype now. But yeah, government apps and sites are truly the best. The government has done what, like a grand total of 2 apps ever, so yeah. And one of them is famously the border like qualifying for entry into the country, that app, and it's famously terrible.
Oh, is it not good? I know that's what
they covered it on the problem with Jon Stewart, I think, and I think they also covered it on John, or the British one.
John Oliver.
John Oliver's show. I think both have covered it, but maybe not. I know one has. Go watch whichever one has done immigration.
I can't surprise the United. I'm so surprised the United States didn't build something good for immigrants.
I know, right?
I can't believe they treat them poorly. That's crazy.
Honestly,
there's actually just a slider when you open the app that's like choose your skin color and you get a different experience. Just the meme from Family Guy.
Yeah. I'm genuinely amazed that it's actually even got a like Spanish language translation.
Yeah. That is surprising they thought of that.
Yeah.
That's how they know to give you the shit experience.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. You pick the English one. It's like a nice app written in a, it's Fluent or Flutter. I'm sorry. And then you pick the other one, and it's a Android 2.0 app.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's where you get the Snapchat permission from too.
Yes.
U.S. Immigration Authority needs to see your contacts.
Oh no. And they get funneled directly to ICE.
Yeah. Austin said TurboTax is right next to the Googleplex. Man, I'm disappointed I didn't see any pictures in Cody's server of you chucking toilet paper over there. That's disappointing. Or worse.
Also, full disclosure, I actually knew that. I don't remember why I knew that. I think it was
because you were also there vandalizing. Yeah.
I mean, I have visited there, just not TurboTax, thankfully. But yeah. Anyway,
that's where they take you when you're too behind on your payment. It's just a prison underneath.
I'm run by Bard. But yeah. To be fair, anytime you wander around anywhere in the Bay Area, just look at the names on a bunch of the buildings, and you will spot the weirdest combinations, or just companies that you didn't think still existed totally still have operational offices. I once contracted in the same building with Slingbox. Yeah, and even then I thought, someone still does this? No.
It's not just a lease that had a really long payment.
Honestly, could have been. I never actually saw developers come in and out of there.
Yeah.
But
it's just all a mirage.
Honestly, could have been. But yeah, so I mean, all things considered, I think I don't see us actually successfully banning TikTok countrywide. And likewise, a individual state trying to do it, not going to happen either.
Actually, I don't know. I don't know if I would be that bold, because if I'm thinking like you would I think what would stop it is probably some other either just the federal government not being functional whatsoever. So it would have to be in like a budget. There'd be a budget bill that would ban TikTok.
Yeah.
Or the debt ceiling thing that's going to have TikTok in it. But if I'm thinking like you could get probably all the Republicans behind this, you could get a decent number of Democrats to do this too, probably. Not the I don't think the majority, but you could get a couple.
Oh, you definitely can't. Well, I don't want to say you can't get majority, but the thing that stands out to me is there is such a narrative discussion about how TikTok is so friendly to the left. And as a result, a lot of Democrats don't want to mess with it because that's, to them, still a big just...
But on the other hand, a lot of those Democrats are also China bad.
Yeah.
So,
well,
I could see it happening. I would hope that if that does happen, then some random state court would strike it down. But
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, and that's the next thing I was going to say is no matter what, there is always going to be a courtroom who is going to say, no, this is unconstitutional. Because it's not like banning Huawei. It's not like the various ways that they can...
It's not a tariff. It's not a...
Yeah, the various ways you can sort of... I don't want to use the word attack a company, but that's kind of what I mean here. But the various ways you can legally do this, frankly, none of them really apply to TikTok, or not very well. So, you know, it's always going to keep coming back to a free speech issue, or it's going to come back to, honestly, even like not necessarily even constitutional stuff, but just like banning for malicious intent. There's going to always be some sort of a legal case that ByteDance lawyers will be able to come up with to say, no, this just is not a reasonable thing to do. You can try to negotiate with us. You could try this. You could try that. Instead, you're trying to ban us, and we haven't done anything. And that argument, in reality, is going to carry weight in almost any good courtroom. And I say any good courtroom because, let's be honest, if this were done in East Texas, or if this were done in Florida, yeah, they're just going to be like, oh wait, do we have an option to ban TikTok more? But, you know. So yeah, I don't think it'll happen, but also you never know. I agree, you never know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there would be a lot of things that are equally, if not more, stupid that that make their way into federal law before they would get to this. I think that might also be why like Florida hasn't jumped on this yet, because it's just not high priority enough. Like it's TikTok isn't really in like the culture war all that much. Like it doesn't come up as often as Republicans don't like other things. It's definitely up there, but it seems to be like a little bit lower on the totem pole. Yeah,
I mean, it was narratively part of the culture war argument about a year ago because of the whole thing where, frankly, there were so many people dunking on Republicans there. So they made it out like TikTok was designed to be an attack, a battleground against conservative values or whatever. So
yeah,
I mean they actually
and
did
during
make it
the whole I guess it's hard to discern, like, but also before that there was like the brief, like, I don't know if it was a couple months where there was the whole like they might get banned, but let's let someone buy them. But oh wait, we can't find someone to buy them, so I guess just put their servers here.
And for some reason, make it a contract deal with Oracle and Walmart.
Yeah.
And Walmart never did their thing, so they just fell out of the entire equation. I believe the thing with Oracle did happen. I'm not totally sure on that, but I'm pretty sure that did go through, which was, of course, arranged in the first place because Larry Ellison was a big contributor to the Republican Party.
Yeah,
and therefore
that was so silly.
Huh?
Yeah, that was so silly. It's like, all right, guys, TikTok's evil. Let's find a nice, good American company to run. Unproblematic fave Oracle Corporation.
By the way, for those that somehow may not know this, I detest Oracle. Look, yeah, Oracle could offer me massive buckets of money to come work for them, and I would take the job only long enough so that I could take their large buckets of money and then find a way to screw up it that would not get me in trouble, so that I could hurt them. Oracle, if you're listening right now, I don't mean that. I swear, come hire me. They won't come hire me.
I think it'd be very funny if you said that, and the only issue was that they made Java. And that was it. If they were just a perfect company otherwise. They need to pay for that syntax.
No, I'm not gonna hate on the Java syntax. Honestly, Java syntax is fine. Close enough. No, it was the Java libraries. Oh my god, those were the runtime, the libraries, all that stuff was garbage. But honestly, that wasn't even Oracle's fault. That was Sun Microsystems that screwed that up.
Yeah, man. Oh, that's a throwback.
Largely proven by the fact that Google proceeded to be like, we're going to use the language, but none of the libraries. And we're going to actually make it run okay. And they did.
Yeah.
I mean, not great. It runs much better the little less involved with Java it gets, but yeah, that's I guess a different topic. And accidentally we stumble our way back into tech. But
yes.
Yeah, no,
Montana's silly. That's the goal.
And there is some irony to the fact that Montana, of all of those flyover states, is actually one of the more liberal ones. I know that sounds weird to say, but if you're
isn't Montana the one that like just passed a law that like protects trans kids or something?
I believe that was Montana, yes. Plus, if you listen to their, I think it was their governor, I might have this wrong, but I think it was the governor, literally just listen to what the governor says, and it honestly sounds like listening to like the governor of a blue state.
I'm sorry. I was thinking of Minnesota. Minnesota is the one that's been pretty cool lately. Montana actually just passed a ban against care for trans kids. So
okay,
not that one. Complete opposite, actually, of what I said.
Well, there was something else I remember. I can't remember what it was, but I do remember Montana had some other things that they were not evil with.
Yeah.
But
I mean, broken clock twice a day.
Yeah, exactly. You can't get them all wrong, no matter how hard you try.
Every once in like 1,000 tries, the Republicans will do something that's fine.
Yeah.
Increasingly rare, but
yeah,
has been known to happen sometimes.
But yeah, anyway, so I am very curious to see how this plays out. I want to see if this goes straight to a First Amendment issue. I want to see if TikTok tries to maybe counter this with other means. Is TikTok just going to be like, hey, everyone, you lost access? Here's how you can download a VPN. Like, which method are they going to go with? And what is Montana going to then try to do? Like, is Montana going to then move to say, oh, well, now we ban VPNs in the state? Like, how many different ways are they going to get stupid on this? Because they're going to.
Yeah, especially with like all the lawmakers in Utah who were like, I can't believe they just stopped running
Yeah.
It's like, okay, guys,
So
certified Mormon moment.
oh, okay. I'm not sure I heard you right, but anyway, um, yeah. And the fact that we now have states banning stuff individually is also just starting to it's starting to feel a little bit clueless.
Little bit like we're falling apart. just
Shocking.
diverging a little bit too much. Yeah, yeah. It's
Well,
okay. The balkanization of the U.S. continues. It's gonna get bad.
okay. I don't want to make it
I
sound like that
I look
is
forward to. Good.
okay. I was gonna say I don't want to make it sound like this is too abnormal of a thing, because bear in mind, for like 2 decades in a row, I guess you wouldn't typically have them split up, but for about 20 years, it was just commonly assumed that if California did something, a lot of times that would end up becoming a federal thing within the next couple years anyway.
Yeah.
Like, that was just normal. So if California banned something, it often just became a federal ban somewhere in the next few years, maybe a decade, whatever. It just typically always happened because California would put in the work, and federal laws would usually just kind of mirror it shortly after. And a lot of times California would also just kind of be the proof positive test that something did or didn't work.
Yeah, you're A/B testing your laws.
Yeah. Well, that's small user group testing. But yeah, now we have Montana, who is clearly not really properly testing the law. They're just gonna throw it, or they're not doing the work to do a good job with it. They're just kind of throwing it out there and hoping it happens. Which is also how
Cody, are you telling me? Are you telling me Republicans are not thinking through their legislation recently? I can't believe this.
Corbin,
they didn't.
you had
You
so
telling me
many
they
words
just
that came after the words Republicans aren't thinking. You could have stopped there. You didn't even need to hit through. You could have stopped at that, and it would have been solid.
I just assumed that the Montana people just like threw up on a table and then they signed that. That's the law. That's what I'm gonna go with what happens.
Wow.
And of course, I pull up the Wikipedia for Montana, and in the first paragraph says the state has a reputation for a libertarian bent in popular opinion and policy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Diablo.
But I pulled up to see the population. It is 1,100,000 people. So that is 43rd out of the 50 states.
I was going to say that is, I believe, less than the population of Portland, Oregon. Just the city.
Yeah, that's a... Yeah. Like, I think that's like 3 or 4 Raleighs, if I'm remembering right. What's Portland? No, not Portal. Thank you, Google. I would like to learn about Portal.
The population of Portal, 1. I guess 2? I don't know.
Portland is 650,000. So
well,
like
is that Portland Metro, or is that Portland like
that is city? The Metro, according to 2020 survey, is 2.5 million.
Okay.
So yeah.
Those surrounding areas are literally attached. Yeah. So I'm just counting them. Evidently, Montana's half of a Portland.
Half a Portland.
Anyway, Diablo. It's sad when a conflicted state agency of Child Protective Services is like the law wants me to hurt a child. Bear in mind, I think it was in Alaska. I might have that wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was Alaska. There was a state senator or congressman, whatever, who literally argued in favor of killing kids. Because it would lower the cost to the state. He actually made the argument. It was not a joke. I mean, we're already there.
Wasn't it the Alaska? Wasn't it also someone from Alaska in a Senate hearing or something who said that like adding another military base to Hawaii would push it over into the ocean, like Hawaii would tip over?
Are you serious?
I'm gonna.
Please tell me that.
It was a long time ago. Let me see.
I want that to be true. I want that to be true. Please tell me that's true.
I mean, I know I'm not making it up. I don't. Maybe it was in Alaska. I don't know. Let's see.
I mean, it's so on brand for Alaska. I kind of have to believe it.
I mean, they don't have the internet up there, so. Okay, I did find it. This is 2010.
No. Remember, their version of the internet is a series of tubes.
Yeah.
I think that was an Alaskan.
Oh, no, it was Georgia. That's right.
Oh, of course, Georgia. The Alaska of the South.
Yeah, so this article from 2010 was Republican Hank Johnson is raising some eyebrows with a comment he made about the U.S. territory of Guam during a House Armed Senate Services Committee hearing last Thursday. In a discussion regarding a planned military buildup on the Pacific Island, Johnson expressed some concerns about the plans to Admiral Robert Willard, head of the U.S. Pacific Fleet. Quote, "My fear is that the whole island will become so overly populated that it will tip over and capsize," Johnson said. Willard paused and replied, "We don't anticipate that."
So, supposedly he released a statement claiming that he was joking. Color me doubtful, sir.
Yeah. It was just a prank, bro. Yeah.
Someone explained to him that islands aren't literally floating in the ocean.
Senator Davenport is seriously needed. No, I can't do any government ever. There's been too many episodes of this RambleCast.
Yep. The background, you'll fail the background check.
Yeah, I mean, because again, this is a ramble, so I've said some really stupid stuff. Probably, I don't even need probably. There's enough stupid stuff. You can clip together something that sounds, I'm sure, terrible.
I'll tell you what. Should the day ever come that you decide to run for office, you just have to ask, and I will delete all the old episodes of the Ramble.
Okay.
All
right.
You, however, will have to go through and delete all of your Twitter and Mastodon links to my streams.
Yeah. Every I've deleted every social media post. I go through Internet Archive, delete everything.
Oh boy. Oh boy. But yeah. Oh, it doesn't matter. In a few years, they'll be using AI to replicate our voices and everything else. So they'll just make up what they want us to say. Yeah,
and then when they clip together my racist ramble from the lost RambleCast episode, I can be like, no, it's AI generated. I would never say such a thing.
I like that you imply that you've only gone on one racist ramble.
Walk up to the reporter, be like, you need to be more specific. You need to cite your sources.
I mean, admit it. Every time you see a headline about Trump, don't you have to ask yourself, okay, which thing is this about?
Yeah, it's like, I can't keep up, guys. Like,
the headline is always something that could apply to like any one of 4 cases.
Yeah.
Oh man, but geez, I've made this argument so many times, and I hold to it to this day. We need, like, right now, government is filled with a bunch of people who were, at some point in their lives, doctors and lawyers. The vast majority of people in there are doctors and lawyers. Not necessarily good doctors or lawyers, mind you. Just technically they practiced in these fields. I'm sorry, but when the hell are we going to get some engineers in there? We need more engineers. We need people whose job it is to actually think. Most doctors at this point just look at something that is basically WebMD with fewer ads. Actually, that's probably not true. I bet it's more ads now. And
Just a mix of people would be good. Definitely,
yeah.
definitely don't do all engineers, because
if we do all engineers, there will somehow be a solution that involves Soylent Green.
yeah, the user interface of the United States will really go downhill because they think they don't need designers.
No one
Yeah,
said that
don't
user experience
don't look at-
engineers can't be part of this.
That's true. Yeah. Just you got your whole engineer senate. Don't let them redesign the U.S. flag. They're gonna make it worse.
Accidentally racist flag.
It's gonna be exactly like the flag from Community, where they accidentally make it look like a puddle.
Yes. Oh yes. That didn't they end up
100%
putting the letters ANUS on the flag too?
I think.
Something like that. Like it was just too obvious.
Yeah, that was a great show. Yeah, so good job, Montana. You've crossed yourself off the list of places I will move to. You've messed with TikTok. That's a line too far. I was so excited to go move to a place that there's not a lot going on there.
I mean, are you much of a nightlife person? I feel like you moved to North Carolina and yeah.
No.
Montana might be right up your alley.
I do appreciate when stores are open very late. That's about the extent. I'm like, man, this is cool. I can go to McDonald's at 2 a.m.
Okay. Pro tip: Nevada, especially Las Vegas. Stores are open late, restaurants open late, and there's no state income tax. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Very possible.
The counterpoint: there's tons of nightlife there, so that might that might make you feel bad for not partaking in any of it.
Just over there. Hey, you guys have fun over there.
But on the plus side, there's like a fraction of the school shootings. So, positive side.
Yeah, it's been really fun watching all the like almost a weekly basis here.
Yeah,
not necessarily a shooting here, but like bomb threats and that kind of stuff is really common for around here for some reason. That's really cool.
Yeah, I don't get what it is with you guys. North Carolina is just, I mean, you're nowhere close to Florida or Texas in terms of like speed running to be the horrible state, but I mean, you're a high ranking amateur.
It's pretty weird here, for sure.
And I mean, Oregon does some dumb things once in a while, but man, I feel like we're on an okay path by comparison.
Yeah, I will say things definitely taking a turn for the worse when the 2020 census, are the states still fighting over the districts for that?
Oh God, I know.
It was mostly settled, like I think a couple months ago. The whatever court finally overturned, like they can keep the map that's not gerrymandered to hell. But then we had our recent elections, and we have more Republican judges now. So of course they dug that out, and they re-ruled that actually the gerrymandered map is okay. So not great. Also, literally yesterday we banned abortion, so it's cool. It's, I believe, technically a 12-week ban, but there's a bunch of course, little things in it that make it actually just pretty much a total ban, which is really cool. After I, drive to other states and come back, and we had like billboards set up, like, guys, we still have illegal abortion.
Yeah.
Yeah, gonna have to take those down now, probably.
Well, hey, at least
replace them with we have
at least you're not to the point where Idaho is, where if you accidentally drive somebody a few blocks and they get out and have an abortion, you can go to prison. Like, you're not there yet, so cheers.
It's true. We're not Florida.
No, that's Idaho.
Not quite
Literally.
Florida yet. Yeah,
that's actually Idaho. It's not even a joke. Oh God, that state is just.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, as an Oregonian who lives in a part of the state that a bunch of other crazy people are trying to literally trying to make part of Idaho because they think that redrawing state lines is a great idea. Yeah, there's nothing better than sitting here watching as Idaho just sets new records for stupidity.
Yep. Yeah, North Carolina is very weird. I did learn somewhat recently that like the state, like the actual education system in like Wake County around Raleigh is fine as far as I know. Like they just like raise salaries and stuff. Like they seem to be doing okay, but almost anywhere else is terrible because Republicans have what Republicans did. Well, it might have been bipartisan, but a while ago when the North Carolina state lottery was set up, that was set up with the intention of providing extra funding for schools. But what actually happened is that the state budget stripped out almost all other sources of income. So, so now gambling, there's a tax on gambling addicts, basically, that's paying for the state education. It's very cool. I love the U.S.
I mean, if you're going to tax anyone, I suppose that's one of the better groups in a way, because it's also sort of discouraging them from gambling more. But
I meant that as a bad joke. I just mean that like gambling in general is like a tax on.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I heard you, and that's the part that my brain latched onto. Which, in fairness, that is literally something Oregon does. We have a lot of in-state gambling permitted, or state-controlled gambling permitted, and they have always, from day one, advertised this as not all, but a lot of the money that is collected from that is supposed to go to the schools. That was the thing that was true for a few years. It's not anymore. From what I don't know if this is entirely accurate, but what I've heard is 100% of that money no longer goes to the school in any way, shape, or form. And a lot of it just apparently disappears. So yay.
Yeah, it definitely fills me with warm, fuzzy feelings when I keep seeing like TV ads for the North Carolina State Lottery, which is like, oh, guy, it's like, why is there ads for the thing that like mostly preys on poor people? That is then the only source of main source of revenue for schools. There's just this is not good, guys. You really fucked this up.
Yeah. Oh my god, see, and people wonder why we roll our eyes when we're talking about the country. Nobody hates, well, not nobody, but most people don't hate the US. They just hate what happens in it.
Yeah. I guess my version of this is like, I don't hate a lot of the people here. I think that's where I'm gonna go. I
mean, it's pretty clear what you're saying is you do hate some of the people there a lot.
I mean,
that's what you said. I mean, literally.
Let me go to Google and check how many cops are there.
Oh God. No.
Yeah. But yeah, like I'm sure, definitely a situation where the systems have just slowly rotted away over time and made everything way worse. It's very, very cool and normal.
Yes, normal is
Yeah, I
the
will say,
word.
what does the cigarette tax go to? I actually have no clue.
Yeah, I've never
I don't know
smoked,
what that's
so.
supposed to. Yeah, I'm
Well,
sure it goes to something that's not helpful.
I've always been a
Um,
secondhand smoker, so. Um,
like I got annoyed when I just did the registration for my car, and it's like there's like a state tax, and then there's an extra tax for Wake County, and then there's additional tax that the city puts on. So I think it was like $200 or something insane.
jeez.
And yeah, and like that was basically what that's pretty close to what I was paying for registration for my electric car when I lived in Georgia, because they did a thing where your registration is insane because you're not paying a gas tax, which is supposed to go towards maintaining the road. So I'm like, okay, I guess, sure. I don't really know if I'm like, having a electric car. I don't know if I would get to the point where if it was a gas car, I would be paying taxes on $400 worth of gas. I don't, or the taxes would equate to be $400. I don't know if that would ever happen, but
Yeah, somehow, well, unfortunately, that's one of those things where the heavy users either
yeah,
come off better or come off worse. It's it's that equation where some people subsidize other people.
yeah,
And
yeah. So like I could kind of a little bit understand there. I'm like, okay, fine, whatever, like
yeah,
sure. But it's like here, it's like, okay, great, paying like five taxes on the registration, and I have a gas car, so I'm paying the gas taxes too. It's
yeah,
like I love cars. I love this country.
yeah. Well, there's no disputing some things got it wrong. That just happens. But the crazier thing is how much people resist getting it right. Like once the wrong thing has been identified and discovered, oh my god, getting something fixed is worse. Nothing ever seems to get resituated, corrected, or adjusted to balance things out.
Yeah, it just gets watered down to the point where the fix is almost as bad, but in a completely different way.
Yeah.
Uh, like the Affordable Healthcare
I was
Act.
just thinking exactly
Yeah,
what I was thinking.
that's just the perfect answer. That's like, great. There is technically cheaper healthcare, but I have to go to a poorly designed government website once a year and pick out one of the like tiny handful of plans that are left
Yeah.
that don't cover anything because it's still like private. So
Well, on that side, come visit Oregon. Oregon's actually got a pretty great system set up.
I've heard.
Yeah, you've heard from me. The only thing that sucks about their system is when they send you renewal notices, they're like kind of confusing. Turns out you don't have to do any of the steps that they tell you. All you have to do, I kid you not, this is absolutely true. You just have to send them an email with a text file in it. The text file has to include how much you made the last few months. Like, I think last 2 months or 3 months, something like that. That's it. That's all you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they treat that as enough for renewal, and you're good to go.
That is the most government thing.
It really is. It's very.
Like we made this. We made this as very simple, but you still have to solve our riddle.
Well, the riddle is finding out that this is a thing you can do. I didn't know it for like 5 or 6 years. Finally, like I had the longest. I think I had to spend something like 45 minutes on the phone with somebody asking questions and trying to figure out how to get something done or how to handle some step of the renewal. And he's like, okay, well, what you can do is this. And he said it to me almost as if I should have just known it. And I've never met anyone who knew about this. So I'm thinking it's not a widely known thing.
Yeah.
Oh, our country. 'Tis of thee. Drunk.
Yeah.
Were they all?
Yeah. Pretty sure I've talked about this already, but probably will need to move again next year. So,
On the run, huh?
yeah, they found me. No, it's the stupid rent keeps going up. So they're probably going to try to get on me next year. So either
I feel like this is
move somewhere else near here, or just spin the wheel again on other states to live in.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask. Are you going to stick to North Carolina, or are you just gonna be like, get the hell out of this state? It's a little too far to the right for you.
I mean, on the one side, this is sort of happening everywhere. So it's like, all right, unless I like move to like one of two states, like it's gonna happen. So kind of, yeah. And so there's that also, moving states. Oh my God, there's so much work.
That's fair.
You know how many forms and things I had to change? Which granted, I would have to change like probably about half of those if I just simply moved across the street, but still, so yeah, something I think about, and then occasionally check what housing is like, and then I cry.
Yeah. So let's see, if you even moved a state away, Tennessee's obviously off.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem, is that North Carolina is like probably the best out of like this region. Like,
yeah,
Virginia's a little bit more liberal.
Yeah.
But not like a ton. And they also have a Republican governor right now. So
yeah, and obviously, like, if you went to Tennessee, that's holy God terrible. If you hop up to like Kentucky, oh my God, that's one of the worst. I suppose if you hop over that little bit, you could get to West Virginia, which, from what I understand, West Virginia is not that bad. I mean, it's a little funky here and there, but
my understanding is that they are like is kind of conservative, but
yeah, but I
still not.
If I understand, I think they're soft conservative.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly just like oil and gas interests all day long. Yeah. So makes it hard to do anything. I will say I did drive through West Virginia on my way to visit a friend in Ohio last month or the month before. Really pretty. One of the more pretty highway drives I've had to do in my time. Went through Charleston, I think a couple other cities. Very pretty.
Yeah, I've heard really nice things about Charleston. Granted, from two photographers who run their own YouTube channel, and site and all this other stuff. Frankly, they're both kind of spectacularly dumb people. So I'm not sure that I necessarily would take much of what they say for seriously. But they say it's a really pretty spot, and that part I am inclined to believe them.
Yeah. And Austin said, "Come to Maryland. We've got crabs." I mean, I did look at like a couple places in Maryland initially when I was moving out of Georgia, but the places I was looking at were kind of pricey. So I was like, okay. And also, it's like much farther, obviously.
Yeah, because you still have family living down in Georgia, so you still go down and visit at least fairly often. So yeah, I get that. And that's why I'm kind of looking for places nearby, but not necessarily. And honestly, the only other direction you can go, while technically being in a neighboring or near neighboring state, where you're also going to find a decent liberal population, you got to go all the way down to the tip of the Florida penis and get to Miami. And
yeah, I mean, like, again, there's like places in Georgia that are pretty blue.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, here, like Raleigh, like it's mostly fine. Like locally speaking, except the fact that there's like not enough housing, but that's basically everywhere. Again, almost everywhere.
I mean, yes, but in say Oregon's defense, actually not super common here. I mean, we're certainly having them, but Oregon,
Yeah.
it's still. I guess I haven't looked at statistics, but with Oregon, it's not even once a month. We're pretty uncommon here.
That's the most dreadful statement. Guys, we're not even getting mass shootings once a month. It's great here.
Dude, you're in North Carolina. You literally are.
I know.
Like,
I know. I just mean in general. It's bad that
no,
it's a compliment.
in all seriousness, I think Oregon is like just literally like maybe 2 handfuls a year at the most. I don't think it's even that high. We might be at about a handful a year, at least with any meaningful number of people. You know, not counting the like one-off where like domestic dispute or whatever happens, or you know, weird stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. North Carolina is definitely fucky, but there is like again the different areas are pretty distinct. Like one of the things that keeps getting, you know, cited every time someone's trying to sell North Carolina to someone is like, oh yeah, you've got like Appalachian mountain regions over there, and then you've got the like middle part that's like Raleigh and Durham and Cary and other places there, and then you have like an actual like coastline. You can go to the beach if you want. So there's like a lot of places around here. I don't know if I would move to one of those again. I'm not focusing a lot on it right now because it's really stressful.
Yeah.
Where it's like, man, I need to like honestly like I'm pretty fine here, but they're boiling me alive. So the main motivation is price, but almost everywhere else is bad. Like it's actually horrendous how terrible like housing is. Again, unless you go to Montana, you know, places people don't want to live, and you go buy a McMansion.
Yeah. Well, so, you know, the other option, you could always go to one of the states where it's at least somewhat a swing state and make sure that your vote slightly weights the swing the right direction. Oh, left direction. Yeah.
Well, North Carolina is supposed to be that, but now we just got gerrymandered to hell, so I don't think anything matters anymore. Except presidential elections, I guess.
Well, yeah, assuming that they don't do fake electors there.
I am curious how the increased work from home or more affected more is the corporate downsizing going on, because around here, Google was supposed to build a headquarters. Apple was supposed to build a headquarters. I don't know if Facebook was. I think it was someone else in that list. But there was other developments happening around here. Like obviously those together would maybe be like a couple thousand people at the most. But other stuff happening around here that was like pulling more of the liberals in might not be happening. So I'll be curious to see how that affects it. Because that was also sort of what happened to Georgia, was that it was getting a lot of investment from other areas, especially with its subsidies on movie production. And then they just passed like one of the worst abortion bills, like just like even before most of the other states did it. They're just like, hell yeah, we'll do that, and just completely tanked that. Like not a lot of people wanted to move there and work there.
Yeah.
Also, the governor was a complete piece of shit. I think he might still be governor. Let me check. Is it? Yeah, Brian Kemp. Let's go.
Oh yeah, no. Well, considering he rigged up the election so he could win.
Yeah. He was literally Secretary of State in his own election.
Yeah.
How was that allowed? I don't know.
And then he got replaced by one of his own cronies. So he's never gonna lose. Not as long as he wants to stay there. But hey, you know, that's not half as bad as I think it was the who is it? The is it like the state's attorneys generals in Texas or something? I think that's the right state. I might have it wrong. But he was like convicted of a crime, but because of his position, he somehow managed to get out of being punished for it. And then he declared he just was not, like, I think he even publicly said he's just not going to investigate himself.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. We got just great stuff happening everywhere.
Yeah, North Carolina's governor is pretty cool. I think we only have him for a few more years. He can't run again.
Yeah.
But he, you know, tried to veto a bill that just passed, and before he like officially vetoed it, which like, you know, started the clock to overriding the veto, he was going on like a huge media blitz and calling up everyone. It was like, hey, can you not overturn this?
Yeah.
So pretty cool dude. But I think it's our I forget what the equivalent of a vice president to governor is. I think like governor the
I want to say assistant governor.
lieutenant governor.
Yeah,
lieutenant governor. Yeah. Our lieutenant governor is a complete nutcase though. So
well,
yeah. In fact, if you go to his Wikipedia, it says Robinson has made numerous controversial statements, which critics have described as anti-LGBT, anti-Semitic, and Islamophobic. And he's running for governor, by the way. So,
you know, these days it sucks, but I have to say, wow, is that all he was?
Yeah. Well, you gotta scroll down to the quotes, Cody. That's where the good stuff is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm not gonna repeat a lot of this.
No, please don't.
It's just not. It's not. Yeah, it's not good.
I don't need to get banned from YouTube.
I will paste his Wikipedia article link in the chat. You can go read that if you're feeling.
If you want to feel worse about today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know it's bad when the White House press office is disputing something that the lieutenant governor says. It's like, oh, you went down the ladder of chain of command pretty far to point that out.
Yeah. Well, the Oregon doesn't even have a lieutenant governor, to my knowledge. I don't think we do.
It's a dictatorship.
There are that is literally something that gets said daily here, because there are a lot of people who do not like that it's a Democrat as governor, even though Oregon is one of those states that is laid out kind of like remember when after the 2020 election, there was all these like social media posts showing how much of the country by landmass votes red, but then, you know, these couple of little spots vote blue, and it's like, how's that fair? Oregon is the same thing. We've got Portland that votes very dominantly blue, and then you've got these massive, literally like 100 square mile blocks where like literally 5 people live, and that is a big chunk of the state. A huge chunk of the state is just like ranchers and like little towns where the population is like literally 40. And there's one town, I believe the population is 8. It's like, guys,
Oh dear.
no, just leave. Why do you even bother with this? Pack up and go. It's
Yeah.
not worth it. Your lives could be better. Anyway, yeah, Oregon is shaped like that, and they are constantly raging out about a Democrat as governor. And so yeah, they call this a dictatorship all the time. Evidently not realizing how much stuff would have happened here if it weren't for the fact that the state has kind of already been screwed up in the opposite direction. So there are a ton of state Congress people who, or the House, who are ruining it constantly. Diablo, if everyone went out and voted. Yeah. Carson, how are the country folk in Oregon, though? Are they friendly? I don't know if the mic picked up my breath, but I feel that says it all. Like, it's not bad. It's not like New York, or like we're rude because that's kind of our shtick. It's more like Oregon is it's sort of like Oregon is very xenophobic, but it's not about race. It's that they just don't like people they don't know. They're not going to be rude to you about it, but they're just going to try to not talk to you. They're going to try to, make it subtly clear that they just rather you weren't there until you're part of that community, in which case then, yeah, they'll probably be friendly. Even if they don't, like, as long as they don't know what your politics are, they will probably be friendly. Once they know you, things change. Avoid letting people know what your politics are, at least if you're in any of the more Republican areas. Though that's, to be fair, if you're in parts of Portland, it's probably if you're a Republican in parts of Portland, you probably also shouldn't really admit that. That can be bad.
You're driving through, just on your way driving, you're just frantically taking the Make America Great Again sticker on and off your car to deflect.
I mean, I know that's something you have to do when you're driving into the South, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I've thought about it a couple times.
I've heard of people doing it.
I'm like, yeah. I mean, wouldn't surprise, like, I'm sure if, I want to say I've heard of someone saying they were doing it because, they were black, and cops would be easier on you if you had like the Blue Lives Matter sticker on the bumper or whatever.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
Like, I can totally see it. That's the other fun of this calculus is, like, I'm not really the kind of person that, like, Republicans want to wipe out, but, like, don't really want to live around those people either. So
yeah,
there's that fun thing. Diablo said, funny story, was really considering it because at every rest stops they bother me. Yeah, I mean, that's perfectly fine,
well, and
I think there's a market to be made for a company who makes like an e-ink bumper sticker you can just reprogram while driving.
That's actually kind of a great idea. Just a color e-ink sticker that will rotate between whichever political party seems to be the right one for your area.
Yeah. You cross the line from like I don't know what's so, like, I don't know. I guess you go far enough in like California, and your e-ink coexist sticker switches to Make America Great Again, like, just automatically.
Yep. You enter Bakersfield, Sacramento, or Redmond, Redding. Yeah, well, I know there's a Redding. I think there's a Redmond also. There are like 5 or 6 cities in the north part of California that all start with the name Red. Anyway, yeah, there's all of them are Republican. Yeah, just if you go into those spots, if you're waving anything that's blue, you're probably, I mean, it's like entering gang territory. You can
Yeah.
if you're passing through fast enough, they probably will just ignore you. If you stop, there's a ticking clock. You might get the warning to don't be there by sunset, or you might get the warning don't be here when I get out of the bathroom. It can vary, but
Yeah, you could program the e-ink sticker to also activate when it hears a siren. You could do that, so you know. I might just patent this after I'm off the call. I don't know. This seems like a great idea.
I mean, there's now proof here, so technically, I think I get to put my name on.
You get half. Okay,
Uh,
that's fine. Well, you have probably more of a business opportunity to sell it door to door.
door to door.
Diablo said, Corbin. Yeah. Corbin, you should develop an app people can put on a Raspberry Pi with an e-ink screen. Yeah. I mean, like, honestly, like, I'm sure this is already a thing, but oftentimes when I am driving, I do wish I could have a programmable screen on my rear view window to tell people to go away. That would be really cool. Because the horn is like, goes in the direction of the front, but I need a horn that goes back, or a programmable warning. I guess more specifically a warning for people with really bright headlights to turn those off, because that is a huge problem around here that I don't really know how that's legal. But
it's obviously highly illegal, and I would never actually do this, but I swear I've thought in the past, how great would it be if somebody developed a thing that was basically just lasers, like just high enough to be harmful to someone's eyes, and they were triggered automatically by overly bright lights. Again,
yeah.
It's illegal. Don't do it. That's malicious and not a good idea. But there's a part of my brain that's like, that is not a hard thing to develop. It would actually be very easy. And I can't think of anyone who deserves it more, because they're doing literally that to you, but their version is legal.
You just see like the light like shining through your rear window, and you're like, all right, deploying countermeasures. press the laser button.
Yeah.
I do think that should be fair. If you blind someone else on the road, you can blind them back. That's fair.
I mean, technically, that's how it does work. You can shine your brights back at them, but let's be honest, their brights are probably way.
Oh, my brights don't go behind. That's my issue.
That too. Which, yeah, it sounds crazy. I never thought this could possibly be true, but I've noticed a lot of lights where they're so bright that even if you flip your rear view mirror into like the darker mode, they're still too bright. How the hell does that happen? I'm still trying to understand that.
It's like all these. I know, it's the absolutely insane like aftermarket lights.
Yeah,
people around here love those. It's that or the squatted trucks. You either choose one, which I think those are technically illegal here now, but I'm sure there's like a grace period, or cops don't care or whatever. Yeah. Yes. I will patent the eating screen. Actually, that's a good idea.
Yeah. That could be fun.
Yeah. For maximum effectiveness, you could also have a retractable flag that just sort of switches between like a jukebox. You just have a jukebox of little flags, and it'll slide out to your car for the correct region.
Nice. So you get the I am totally drawing a blank of the name of the old Dukes of Hazzard flag. I want to say the general.
Oh yeah, the Confederate.
Well, yeah, there's obviously the correct name is Confederate, but there's whatever the other name for it is. I can't think of it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, yeah, either that one or, the only problem is, what flag do you hop to for the, like, we're just normal people flag? Or even people on the left, like, well, I guess you could
I norm yeah, normal people, you could just bring the flag in. You don't necessarily need a flag, I feel like. Or just if it's like a programmable thing, probably just, I don't know, a local, well, I don't know if you
No.
could do a local sports team, because then
Oh, you're right.
you turn into, yeah, it would have to make it like, I don't know, a foreign sports team or something. Something that people there are not going to have strong opinions about.
No. Okay. No, you go with something that's like a save the rainforest, or you know,
Yeah.
something like that. Make it a little bit like topical, a little nerdy. That stuff works. People
Yeah.
would actually
Yeah.
appreciate
Yeah.
that.
Definitely. Yep. Yeah. Do a flag from like your favorite media franchise. Like get the like Star Trek
The Avengers.
Federation flag out there. Yeah. Avengers. Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
And then when you go to the, yeah.
yeah, I'm Team Iron Man. Oh, jeez, that would be wild. You're Team Tron. Um,
Yeah.
uh,
I don't know what the Tron flag is. I'd have to check.
you know what? I think you just basically need to have a flag that's outlined with neon. That's it. Just a neon outlined flag.
Yeah. I think, yeah.
Admit it. You are now thinking
There's
of this and
definitely,
going, I want that.
I mean, lights are cool on anything, like, but it's a, yeah.
Um,
You could definitely, you could go a lot of, you could do a lot of things with this. Again, I would like to see what the best detection methods could be. Again, like get the siren going. Um, I guess if you're if you're like stopped, maybe the flag gets bigger for other cars to notice.
ah,
Not hit you, so it's another utility.
I also
So
feel like even when it's parked, it might be ideal if it can identify certain things, just like certain phrases, especially if they're said certain ways. Um, you know, if you hear Murica, if it detects someone saying boy, if pick up any of those common colloquial things and just
mhm.
automatically flip to the appropriate flag, which it's going to be like one of three. It's not going to be hard to guess.
Yeah.
America,
Yeah,
fuck
you could do that. Yeah, and you could use everyone's Facebook data also, and do like a like local scanner thing. So you could, yeah, cross-check the GPS data with nearby Facebook users, figure out a profile for what's gonna get you the optimum result.
Corbin is now officially Big Brother.
Yeah, it's Big Brother, but for not getting a ticket.
Yeah. Oh, well, if you're looking to not get a ticket, the trick is to specifically look up the local police Facebook pages and identify something that as many of them would love as possible, and like just have that automatically be a bumper sticker, or have something
Oh yeah,
have it automatically play music that would trigger them as being friendly, which
yeah. Just have.
I have a funny feeling
I
it
mean, you
instantly
just.
becomes country.
Oh.
You know what? Maybe
Yeah.
that's why I got so many tickets when I was younger.
I mean, you could do a quote that's you could do a quote from like one of those movies about like brave soldiers from the Iraq War, because they also love the glorifying the military. So you could definitely get it, fucking Transformers movie sticker on there.
Well, no, just basically anything from Black Hawk Down. That would do it.
Yeah. Yep. And that would be subversion. They wouldn't immediately pick that up. Whereas
Yeah.
you activate the Blue Lives Matter flag, they're gonna know. They might be onto you. They might be like, this is too easy. Got to be more subtle.
I mean, really, the smart thing here is to find out what the the like guest invites or the card or whatever it is that they give you at the like police ball. Have you ever heard of this?
I think.
Okay, so this is definitely too well known for this to be a like urban legend, but it's talked about a lot in certain areas. When police are holding like, or when there are fundraising events for police, and it's always rich people that kind of just pay to show up to these, they have a tendency to kind of hand out a weird little card or something that you can stick in your wallet that identifies you as one of their supporters. And these people famously just do not get tickets. Like, you show up when you're pulling your license out of your wallet to hand to the police officer. The whole point is you make it a little too visible that you're carrying one of these things, and they'll check you. Like, they aren't going to let somebody who's got a massive arrest warrant out for them or something. They won't let those go, but yeah, they'll just kind of conveniently let speeders do whatever the hell they want, because of course they do.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of ways you could implement this.
But well, imagine printing out like a stack of these for any places you're going to be passing through. Just make sure you've got the right one in your wallet when the time comes.
Yeah. I think this is a solid idea. I think there needs to be a nonprofit that gives this out to everyone. Get this as widespread as possible.
I was just thinking like a database of printable cards. I mean,
yeah.
Look, if we can establish a huge network of torrent sites for pirating movies, I think we can figure out a good way to do the same thing for tiny little image files that are the current like police supporters.
I mean, if the like TSA no-fly list is any indication, it's probably already on a server that like has an FTP password of password. Somewhere.
Oh, come on, that's not fair. It's password 123. Give them credit. They use secure passwords.
And it's Usenet, actually.
Yeah. And you don't actually need a password because it's all that whoever set it up unintentionally made it publicly accessible.
Yep.
Yeah, you gotta go, don't you?
Yep, I gotta go.
Remember when you said you were gonna make a point of getting out quickly?
Yeah. So you got me talking too much. I'm sorry.
I didn't even try to.
You did everything.
I did everything.
I blame
take
you for this.
Full responsibility. I do not. Actually, I'm not even close. But, you know, it is what it is.
Okay, bye.
Later. Oh, jeez. Poor guy. He literally said before we started that he was setting up his order to his grocery order to go like to pre-order it and go pick it up, and that he also wanted to try to squeeze in a trip to the gym. And so he said he's not going to stick around very long. Pretty sure he failed that plan. I think he actually ended up sticking around like an hour past when he probably expected to leave. And very possibly in at least half an hour past when he probably thought he was going to end up leaving. So, poor guy. Let's see. Anyway, yeah, it's already 9 for him exactly. I'm assuming the grocery order, I think he's said in the past that the place closes at 10. I think. Because I've let him go. Like, I've specifically made a point of reminding him a couple of times that, like, it was closing in on 9 o'clock. And he's like, oh, okay, well, I still got some time. And so I think... And I think he even said once that... I could be mistaken, but I think he even said that 10 o'clock was actually closing time for that store. So he's probably okay. But yeah, I think his trip to the gym is shot. I shouldn't laugh but I'm also going to totally laugh. Anyway. And to think, I tried to avoid talking about politics, and here we are. We just spent who knows how long. Just throughout the avoid politics thing entirely and did that. So, funny enough, I'm going to immediately go straight back into something politics adjacent, but at least I can claim it is tech related again. Twitter, because somehow we can't avoid this disaster over and over again. Now, you might be thinking, oh, he's going to talk about the new CEO. I don't care. The CEO that he picked is not anything particularly special. It's not really going to change much. And he already made a big adamant point of he's not going to change his behavior. He's just not going to be running the day-to-days here. That's what the new CEO is for. He's still going to call the shots at the top, so who cares? So a CEO doesn't really matter here. And I'm assuming, though I may be wrong, he can probably fire the CEO at any time. So who cares? Moving on. Instead, I'm calling out the thing that Salon called out very perfectly, that he's been complying with government requests like crazy. Almost so much that you'd think that he was trying to do it. Very specifically, one thing stood out, which I thought was hilarious, and other people have caught on to this too. Quote, starting at the top of this. So, Twitter has fully complied with 808 demands from October 27, 2022 through April 26th of this year, bringing Twitter's rate of censorship compliance from about 50% in the pre-Musk era to around 80% now. The dude who talks about free speech is like, yo, it's only good if the government, or it's not censorship if the government does it. That's kind of what he's saying. It's not censorship if the government does it. So yeah, anyway. Yeah. Genius free speech guy is an idiot who does not support free speech. And the thing that stands out to me is, or the part that I immediately thought of is, if you go back to the if you go back to RambleCast around the time when this was the topic, can't wait to go up in numbers. Oh, just think this. Well, okay, I'll sidetrack for this. Diablo, you're right. 800 actually is not that high, all things considered. Though, from what I understand, some of these compliance requests are not individual tweets. I believe they're whole accounts, or even groups of accounts per request. So this probably actually could be much higher if you start looking at those requests. But that being said, this was really just in close connection to Turkey's election. And who cares? I mean, obviously Turkey does, and plenty of other countries that do care about this. So, you know, I'm saying that somewhat flippantly and facetiously. But just wait, because we have a US election coming up in a little over a year. You think honestly, let's be honest, there's going to be so many government demands. Just watch as Montana says, yo, look, we banned TikTok. You think we got a problem banning you? It's all on the table here. We got a state that's happy to do that stuff. And if you don't ban what we tell you to ban, you're out. Now, granted, Elon will probably be like, wait, Montana's a state? Who cares? Or he might just say, you know what? That is 1.1 million people that I want looking at Twitter, so I'll do whatever you say. Because he might be that desperate at that point. You never know. Anyway, switching back to what I was saying earlier, if you go back to early RambleCast episodes, God, I said early again. I don't mean early. If you go back to the RambleCast episodes around the time that all this was being discussed, one of the things that I very adamantly said is, just wait until he's got governments asking him to censor stuff. Wait until he's got governments pushing for different things to happen. And just wait until he's got to comply with various laws the governments in different countries put in place. His whole free speech thing is going to fail. I remember saying this, not verbatim, but to that effect. I don't think this lasts. Like, there was no way he could maintain the whole free speech thing. It was always doomed to fail because some governments order free speech not to be a thing. And how can he fight that? Because a government, while yes, you know, we just finished saying that the US probably is going to fail to ban TikTok in the long run. The reality is, that's because the US has a First Amendment. Most countries do not have anything like that. Most countries do not promise freedom of the press, freedom of speech, various other freedoms to operate, especially with foreign entities. So Twitter was always bound to have to bend, if not just outright break, for a lot of the things that other countries would do. And in this instance, a bunch of different places basically said, yeah, we want you to just take out things that we don't like. And if you don't do it, you're gone. Elon folded. He bent over. He accepted his fate that free speech doesn't actually come free. He could have, let's be honest, he could have at any point said, no, we're going to allow everything through. Or he could have, by the way, this is also very notable, Twitter has stopped disclosing the types of things that have been requested. They've stopped disclosing a lot of the details about the requests themselves, what accounts actions have been taken on. They've stopped disclosing, I forget the whole list, but it's a lot of stuff. They've done away with all of that. Or in some cases, I think they still have some stats, but they are no longer as complete. They are definitely a more opaque operation than they used to be. And that's not a mistake. They did that on purpose. Elon did that on purpose. He wanted it that way. Because free speech isn't free. Only blue checks matter. Yes. That's exactly it. Blue checks matter, flags. So, yeah, I'm sorry, but every person saw this coming. All the people called this one out. They said right from the start, he's going to come into this saying he's all about free speech and that he can make this happen. And when he ends up getting pushed into the fire by various countries, all saying, no, your version of free speech doesn't work for us, he will fold. Everybody said that, and it turns out, yeah, it's exactly what happened. And you know what? I don't particularly think very highly of him, but the practical, unfortunate but practical truth is what he said, unfortunately, is basically true. Is the tweet not here? Oh. He must have deleted it. Oops. I didn't need to search for that. Why did I do that? Okay, let's... no. Okay. Sorry, I'm doing... because I don't have a trackpad to use right next to me. Oh, why did I... Okay, just paste it. Why is it doing this? Did I type something wrong? It only wants to search. Carson, no, my trackpad is inoperable at the moment. Because, well, not at the moment. It is apparently going to stay inoperable. Seriously, why on earth is this happening? Is there something is there a space that I'm... No, there's no space at the beginning. Oh, there is a hidden character. Okay, that was a problem. There we go. Alright. Carson, okay, yeah. Hold on, we'll come back to the Elon stupidity in just a moment. Okay, so trackpad doing perfectly good, you know. This is the glass cover, not broken. Nothing wrong with the bottom. The problem is on the back of it, there's a lightning port, not that that matters. Right here, there's a power switch. The power switch is this tiny little metal nub. But I'd be shocked if you can even... Well, I guess you'll be able to see it in the camera. It's this tiny little metal nub. The problem is, it is held in place on the back of this by a very small piece of plastic inside. Evidently, the plastic broke, or cracked, or snapped, whatever. Anyway, I went to switch this on a couple of days ago, and the nub just floated freely suddenly. And then it just came out. That was it. That's all that happened. And since it broke while it was in the off position, I cannot get enough leverage on the inside to switch the plastic piece over in order to turn it on. So yeah, this thing is dead. I tried contacting Apple to ask if it was possible to get it repaired and like how much that would be or where I could go. And they basically, well, not basically, they did tell me directly. If I took it into any authorized repair shop, they would hand me a refurbished unit, very likely charge me full price for it as if it were a new trackpad, and they would not even give me the 1-year warranty that would normally come with a 1 year, or that would come with a new one. So yeah, after kind of mocking it, I wasn't rude about it, but I kind of like, let me get this straight. So you're saying there's literally no reason not to do this. I should really just buy a new one. And yeah, the support agent was like, yeah, that's basically what we're saying. So yeah, because a piece of plastic that costs, I'm sure, 5 cents, 10 cents, whatever, because a tiny little piece of plastic cracked, I have to buy a $130 trackpad. And to the comment that you just made, and I adamantly agree with it myself, I wanted to wait for USB-C Magic Trackpad before I got one myself, and I very much intended. Like, the moment USB-C trackpads came out, I was going to order one, and I was going to promptly sell off the Lightning one literally as soon as I got the USB-C one. I actually put up the listing even before that. So yeah, that was my plan. But now, like, I need a trackpad, because the desk I work at is already ergonomically terrible. And it's made much worse by the way that I have to turn my arm in order to reach the trackpads on the laptops. Carson, you don't get how they're the only company that does wireless trackpads. Even if they weren't, they're the only company that does them well for Macs. And I think they would be the only one that does them well for Macs. That's not ideal, but it seems to be the case. So yeah, it's not great. That's for damn sure. And I see that you're posting the link to the iFixit teardown, which I looked at. I looked at as closely as I could. Unfortunately, their pictures really are pretty useless, and obviously, like, this is kind of a method for tearing one open. And I probably could do that. The things that stood out to me, though, is that one, they complained that the adhesive, which is actually tape, it's not a glue, but apparently it leads to a quote-unquote a terrifying sticky mess. Actually, I guess I can share the screen as I look at this, but yeah. Quote, once we found our way inside, we're greeted with something resembling Shalob's lair, a terrifying sticky mess. Shalob, was that the Lord, the Hobbit, the spider thing, or is this something else? I'm not going to. Yeah, okay, that was the spider in the Hobbit. I can never remember names of most of the stuff in that book or series. Anyway, so let's see. They also basically, like, you can kind of tell they were at risk of cracking the plastic as they were trying to get this thing up, and they obviously had to do a lot of wedging to get to it. Diablo, it's the only real cool looking one too. I mean, that's true too. Yeah. The other thing that I noticed, yeah. So as far as I can tell, at least the way it looks, the battery is actually stuck to the part that you have to lift off. Now, what's interesting about that is if you twist it too much, apparently it could, in theory, damage the battery. Let's see. Where did they say something about this? I know I remember reading somewhere in this teardown that they basically said there is a risk to damaging the battery when you take this apart. Would a paperclip work? I don't think so. What I wanted to try to do was find a sewing needle, and I used a couple of things kind of close to that, and I couldn't get enough grip on the plastic with anything else I tried. So maybe a sewing needle might work. What I think would have been a really interesting strategy, though I don't really have enough. Like, this is getting into the how much time and effort am I going to put into this. I was thinking what I could probably do is take like a fine needle, heat it up hot enough that I could a SIM card remover. I do happen to have one of those close. I use something not too different than this, so again, I don't think that this is really gonna work. Yeah, even this is not. It's the amount of plastic is just enough that I can see the color of it. It's a green plastic. The thing is, Carson, and yes, I saw somebody mention that they got it done with a ballpoint pen, which what that tells me is theirs broke off in a different place than mine did. Mine, like, I can get the SIM card tool in there, and I get just enough of the surface of that green plastic that I can technically stop the sim tool on that plastic, but only at an angle. There is basically no surface for me to actually get a grip here. So I would need to get probably something wedged between the metal and the plastic in order to get a like large enough gap, and then be able to push a needle in past that. And I don't know of any way I can do it. So yeah, the only other strategy I think is to fully dismantle this thing, reach inside and physically move the switch. And if I do that, then I still have a constantly powered trackpad. And seeing as I go from room to room in my house, both with the trackpad, which I would then have to be careful every time I carry it, or if I leave the trackpad in my office, then because of the orientation of the house, I take the laptop with me to other rooms that are far enough away that the signal does not actually carry all that way. So I would then have a trackpad disconnecting and reconnecting like every few minutes. So and if you've used a Mac, you get a like visible overlay, kind of like a toast notification every time you've got a keyboard or trackpad, mouse, anything like that connecting. So lots of irritation. So in short, I know full well I could have saved some money by breaking this thing open, risking breaking it, possibly risking breaking a battery, which may actually have some potential dangers associated to it. I know that is a possibility. I could probably have done that. Instead, what I'm doing, and I know this is money I don't really have to spend, but what I'm doing is spending the money to buy a new one. I'm going to keep it in pretty pristine shape. I'm going to avoid scuffs or damage of any kind as much as I can. And I'm just going to hold on to that and use it and wait until a USB-C model comes out. As soon as one does, I will be selling the new Lightning one and getting a USB-C model. And in the meantime, what I think I'm going to do is try to sell this one, or find someone who would do something with this as kind of like a I'll sell it to you for $40 kind of a thing. Like, it's still good. You just have to be the one who takes the hassle and risk of opening it and whatever else. Carson, the value is going to drop when it comes out. Of course it is. I know it's going to. I'm not expecting to get $129 back out of it. But let's be honest. The only thing that's likely to change, and I say likely, but you never know. They might decide to make their Magic Trackpad 3 actually like a real update instead of just changing a port. But if they do that, yes, the value is going to drop, but it's not going to drop so precipitously. Like, this is an accessory that's not going to drop hugely in price. It's going to drop some in price. There's still going to be a lot of people. Austin, Amazon Buy and Exchange. I did consider that too. My reluctance over that one is that these have serial numbers on them. Plus, mine is not damaged or anything, and you won't be able to see this, I don't think. Switch camera view. I can't imagine you're actually going to be able to see this in the camera, but let's see if I turn at that angle. Like, the feet are very obviously dirty, and no amount of cleaning is going to make them look clean. And also, there is scuffing. It's not bad. There's no like deep scratches or anything, but there's scuff marks. It's very obvious this has been used. There's just no way to avoid that. It's clearly an obviously used one. Also, the serial numbers are indicative of when it came out. So if I try to buy an exchange, they're going to know full well what I did. Carson, if it charges over MagSafe, you're going to be so pissed. Yeah, that actually would be a real dick move. I could kind of see them doing it, but I don't. I also don't. Yeah. I'm going to go with I don't think they do that. I think it's just going to be USB-C because they don't want to. I think they aren't going to want to go hardcore proprietary with this thing to that level, especially because that would actually fly in the face of the EU's rules. Because the EU, if I recall, and maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure their law does not specify phones exclusively had to have a common charging port. I believe it was electronic devices, like basically anything out there that reasonably should have that port basically needed to have that port. So, because I remember it applied to cameras, it applied to phones, obviously, it applied to tablets, and I'm sure there are a few other things. They did give some reasonable exceptions for, I think it was laptops. Obviously, they made exceptions for things like watches and any small electronic that's too tiny to put a port on. They made those exceptions. This, unless they make it absurdly thin and somehow make it thin enough that it's unreasonable to put a USB-C port in it, I don't think there's much of a way that they can get away from that. So I feel like it's a safe enough bet that they're going to go USB-C with the next trackpad. Why is there so much noise in the camera? That could be settings, it could be lighting. I'm not actually sure. The thing is, oh, you know what? I bet it is. I need to do this. Okay. In order to be able to use the keyboard, I have to be touching a certain trackpad. I wish I was kidding. Let's see if I move this over here. I have to jump through the weirdest hoops in order to do this. Okay, are you talking about noise on... Yeah, it's this shoulder, like over here. Because, let's see. The worst Apple could do is put the C port on the bottom of it. Oh my god. Yes. If they put the charging port on the bottom of the trackpad, murder. Murder. Someone will Johnny Ive is not even involved anymore. And I'm just telling you, somebody will hunt him down and it'll be a bloodbath. But no, I don't think they can possibly be that stupid. When I showed the back of the trackpad, there was noise. Okay, that doesn't even make sense. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna look back in the feed to that time. I have full screened it. I'm backing up. Oh, wow. Oh, I know why. I think. Do I? I'm holding it at that angle. Why would it do that? Okay, I think I know what's causing it, but I don't know why it would cause it. Okay, I think the reason it's happening is the keyer, the chroma key filter I'm running. It's just the magic radiating out of it. Oh my god, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. That is poetic, and also a little grotesque. I love it. um. Okay. I do we want to go to experiment time to figure this out? Okay. If I open this and go to Carson, would you still buy the white one or go for the black trackpad next time? Unquestionably white. Oh crap, I should not say it that way because I feel like I just set myself up for having that taken out of context. But no, without a question I would go for white because I pick up my trackpad and keyboard all the time in dark rooms where they are basically anything that's dark would be completely invisible, no chance of seeing it. But because they're white, there is like the smallest amount of light is all it takes, and I can pick them out without even trying. Like they're very visible in a dark room, and that's what I want. So yeah, no question, I would be buying white. I actually, don't get me wrong, the dark looks better, but the white, it has a functional value to me, so I would definitely go for white. Let's see. Where is... Oh, that's right, they moved it. Okay. Alright, so what we're gonna try doing... The amount of weird goofiness I'm going through in order to figure this out. Alright, so just for sanity check, watching it again. Okay, so I can see the noise, turning off the chroma key here. Yep, that fixed it. For some reason, it's got something to do with the green screen. I'm not sure why, because I'm not reflecting the green screen, but somehow it's picking it up. That being said, it is clearly blowing it out, so that's not doing much good. Oh, I guess if I turn it down this way... still all you can see is the... You can barely pick out the logo. Okay, point is, there is some light scuffing on the back. Chroma key back on. Let's see. So, awesome. Also slightly carcinogenic. For some reason, they're charging $20 more for the black one. Yes. So it's funny because there are a lot of theories on why they're doing that, but everyone knows very clearly it's just because they can. They know that more people want the black one because it's special and exclusive. And for a while, I don't know if you heard about this, but when they first launched the Black Magic Trackpad 2, or not first launched, but it was actually before they first launched it, technically, it came with the the iMac Pro. The iMac Pro that was the first computer in a long time that Apple has offered in space gray. Sorry, the first non-MacBook computer that was offered in space gray. And very notably, they've had like 7 different shades of space gray. This was, I believe, the darkest one, which most people wanted to refer to as black. Yeah, people are price gouging. it at like crazy levels. Apparently there were people selling these things for like $400. And supposedly there were some people who were at least trying to charge. I don't know if they got it, but there were people trying to charge us over $1,000 for the black trackpads. So yeah, if you were really sneaky about it, you could order one of the black trackpads from Apple as part of your iMac Pro, and along with a couple of other, like all the dark accessories, and you could just sell them for an astronomical number, and you effectively got your iMac Pro for like way cheaper. As long as you're willing to use some white peripherals, which who cares? Or for that matter, if you were just willing to wait like 2 or 3 months, and then you could get the black or dark space gray peripherals. I'm being stared at by a goat again. I said that, and she promptly lifted her ear. She's very, very aware that I called her a goat. And now she's flipping her tongue up at me. A lot. It's creepy. Anyway, so let's see. It was a mistake upcharge, but I'm guessing they were testing the waters. I don't think they made any mistake at all. They knew exactly what they were doing. Let's see. It's like car dealerships charging for other paint jobs. Yeah, it's very, very similar to that. Carson, yep, agreeing on the chroma key. Google charging £50 more for the Coral 7A. Yeah, exactly. These are, for popular or specialty colors, companies know they can charge more, and they do. They enjoy it. And they take a lot of advantage of it. In the case of a phone, I kind of get it more though, because you have to manufacture the phone, you pick the color when you're manufacturing it, so they have to pre-make them, and the time it takes to manufacture a batch of phones in a particular color, or well, doesn't matter about the color, but the time it takes to manufacture a batch of phones is actually not that instant. You have to spend time like attaching the display, which actually has an adhesion process that also requires curing. The adhesive has to actually cure, which I think is supposed to take like a week or 2 by itself. So a lot of the manufacturing of phones actually is like a time commitment. And then of course they have to travel. Like none of them are manufactured here, or assembled here rather. So yeah, there's a lot of time involved. So they have to make a commitment to make a bunch of them in different colors. Whereas Apple, let's be honest, Apple could have made 20,000 dark trackpads. 20,000 is a low number, but make up whatever number feels appropriate. And the reality is, they were going to be able to sell them for years to come. They weren't going to go out of date in a year. A 7A, Google's going to stop selling in a year or so. Maybe they'll make it 2 years or something. But yeah, there's no way in hell that they're going to sell a 7A 2 years after it's released. Whereas Apple couldn't sell these trackpads, coincidentally, until the EU puts in a law saying that they can't sell them anymore because they have the wrong port in them. And even then, I'm sure Apple will find a way to sell them after that, especially in the US. So, yeah, my position, my feeling on this is, they didn't have to upcharge. They just knew they could. Anyway, let's see. Austin said, "Oh, it was pricing mistake, and Google is refunding it." Oh, okay. That was about the Coral comment. I thought you were saying that about the trackpad, and hell no, I don't think for a second that was a mistake. But yeah, the Coral. All right. If Google was just making a mistake, I guess it happens. Though I also doubt they were really making a mistake. I agree. I think they were just testing the waters to see if they could see what colors they could overcharge for. Or maybe they were using the high price as a color test. Like, if people are willing to pay the high price, then it means that that's a winning color. Whereas maybe they would try different experiments with other colors and determine those weren't winning colors for some reason. Though you'd think you could just do that by looking at the number of innies sold at the given price. I don't know. Anyway. Let's see, Diablo. Funny, the Hazel Pixel tablet has changed shipping times and the other colors haven't budged. Yeah. The thing is, though, we don't know how many they made of any given color. Exactly. Austin said it right there. It's the black bezel. The thing is, if you don't know, like, what color was significant, or you don't know, just all the, okay, I'm just gonna pull it up. Let's see. So, hop into the pre-order page. So if you're porcelain or rose, oh, I gotta switch views. So yeah, if you pick porcelain, that's what's selected right now. Then you get the white bezel. If you go to rose, you get a white bezel. The only way to get a black bezel is going to hazel. So yeah, that's 100% the reason. I think so few people are really looking at the color other than that. Like, depending on where you put this thing, you may never see the back of it. The only thing you might see is that little tiny speaker dock down below. And I guess if you take the tablet, like pick up the tablet, you'll see more of the color. Both on the tablet and the speaker dock. But realistically, I think the thing that matters the most is that black bezel. Which also raises the question, why the hell don't they make more with black bezels? Everybody knows that this is a popular choice. Anyway, if you're making, or if you're going to go with a black bezel, yeah, it's just going to sell in higher numbers, or fairly high numbers. But the other thing I was going to say is, we also don't even know how many they pre-made of something. Even if, let's just say hypothetically, they made 4 colors, and 2 of them had black bezels, 2 of them had white bezels, and let's just say hazel is the only one where the date changed. It's possible that they just thought hazel was not going to sell as many as the others, so they just didn't make as many. That happens. Or maybe, honestly, maybe even like shipping errors happen. Maybe like a palette of one color could have been damaged, and they knew flat out that that was just gonna, limit them to a smaller number that was gonna sell. Stuff like that does happen. Let's see. Carson, personally, while docked, I think white bezels look better, kind of like a Nest Hub. But when using it as a tablet, 100% black bezels are better. Okay, so I want to address this actually, because in my opinion, I get what you're saying to an extent when it's used as a Nest Hub. I think white bezels are okay. I don't like them. I'd actually still prefer black bezels. I really would. But I think I'm more okay with the white bezels when I'm using it specifically as a Nest Hub. However, the thing is, and I know that this gets into a little bit of a weird state here. I don't... when I say using it as a Nest Hub, I mean the functions I'm using it for. And a Nest Hub is a 7-inch display. We're talking about a like nearly 11-inch display on the Pixel tablet. I'm not going to use it for the same stuff. It's not going to be used the same way. I know it has some of the same features, but I'm not going to be using it that way. If I was getting one, that is. I would dock it. I would occasionally use it a little bit like that. But for the most part, if you're talking about a screen that large, I might actually cast things to it. I might use it for more stuff. I might set it up as, let's say, a something to watch a chat room, or I might set it up. I don't know. I could go on a long list of different things, but there's so many ways that I would use it that are not like a Nest Hub, and in almost all of them, I think I prefer dark borders. So I don't think it's just about the fact that it's kind of like a hub. I think it's how you're going to use it, when you're going to use it, where you're going to use it, all those things. And the only, to me, a Nest Hub is only okay with a white border because of a very limited set of variables. And every single one of those variables gets changed with a larger removable tablet that runs Android. So yeah, that's where I get stuck on this. I think I'm always gonna want a black border on something like this, and a white border is tolerable with some stuff, but even then, well, look, kind of like what Diablo said, in a kitchen, the white is a good fit. Almost anywhere else, I probably want the black bezels. Austin, you're still expecting it June 20th, but going to cancel once Google confirms they're sending one from I/O. Yeah, that makes sense. Now, I don't know if this will be at all the same, but I can tell you that Google was pretty good when they sent us, and this is years ago, which is why it doesn't really apply anymore. Google was pretty good at sending the Moto 360 watches when those were sent to us after I/O. They did take, I mean, the Moto 360 came out kind of late anyway, but as I recall, I think they sent them to us the same day that shipping was supposed to start, or maybe it was the day before shipping started, for regular orders. So yeah, my I would say very, very likely you're not going to have to wait. You're probably going to get the Pixel tablet at the same time anybody else would if they pre-order. Let's see. Diablo, the only bad thing is the home app still needs more changes to go. The Nest Hub still has more controls that I don't see on my phone. Yeah, that's one of endless problems. Austin, it's only for the Superfans group. The regular I/O attendees didn't get it. That is weird. Like, that is really weird. You're sure they didn't get it? Or you're sure they didn't get anything else? Because I feel like they would have. That being said, as a side note, like half of the I/O attendees are press. So they're actually still going to get one. They're just going to get it through their press connection, not through the... they're going to get it as a review unit. They just didn't get one sent to them, or won't get one sent to them just for having shown up at I/O. But most of them will just happen to be in the position to get one. No one's shown anything if they got something. Well, to be fair, if they're all just on a list to receive one, then they wouldn't have anything to show. Let's see. Diablo had also said, and also still hoping Google makes more accessories in the future. This thing should be supported for 5 years with neat stuff. I want to agree. My catch. Well, it's the same thing I said before. They have to make a good speaker dock. What they're shipping with it is a joke. It's a toy speaker dock. They shouldn't be shipping that. They should have sold the tablet by itself and given people an option of 2 speaker docks. One of them basically a Nest Hub Max speaker, the other one a Nest Hub speaker. Boom, you're done. And sell them as bundles where you can choose which one you get, and you just have to pay like an extra, I don't know, $70 or something if you want to get the big one. That would have been the better choice. Doing it the way they did is just bad. And yeah, they're overcharging for getting the docks separate. I don't understand this. I just think that's the worst. But whatever. Austin, can't believe they didn't have a USI pin. I get they didn't do a keyboard because they don't want to have people knock it as a productivity device. Okay. Didn't you guys look at the specs and see that that it supported a stylus? I would have sworn I remember that. Though to be fair, I was also starting to pass out that day. Not starting, I actually did pass out that day a couple times during the stream. Did anyone notice that, by the way? After Google I/O, during the stream, I literally did fall asleep like 7 times during that stream. That's not an exaggeration, and it's not a joke. I'd be in the middle of saying a sentence, and at a certain point, I just don't remember what happens. All of a sudden, I come to still talking. I was actually still talking. I don't know where it was. It's like I had fed the instructions to my mouth. It continued to go. And then all of a sudden, I come back to, and it's like, what am I saying? What the hell am I saying? Okay, I know what I just said now. I've heard the words come out of my mouth. What do I say next? And then I seriously was trying to figure it out. So yeah, I was tired. Okay, so it supports USI 2, but it just doesn't have a first party pin. I get what you're calling out, but does it matter? I mean, you can buy a stylus. The only thing that kind of matters here is they don't have like a proper they don't have any like proper way to support, or sorry, that's not the word I want to use. They don't have a stylus that is specifically designed for this product, is what I'm trying to say. And so they don't have like a specifically designed spot to dock the pin. They don't have like a loop to hold it. They don't have like a place for storing it. I get that, and yeah, that's kind of annoying, but let's see, where the hell is that? Carson with the yeah, exactly. Just buy any other USI 2.0 stylus and be good with it. Though to be fair, I would just generally argue try to pick up one that's maybe designed to be a little bit upscale. Take advantage of the fact that you're not paying for one out of the box, and go buy one that's like as nice as you want it to be. I don't know how many options there are in that space, but I'm assuming there's more than just the one. Let's see. people using Velcro stickers. It'll happen. Yeah, 100%. Let's see. Hope the pin sticks to the magnets on the back of the tablet. Oh, that would be kind of neat. Though, to be fair, I don't know that I would want it sticking to the back of the tablet. I think I'd sooner have it stick to the front. Austin, can't say you're excited for an Android tablet. Okay, I completely understand that. Don't get me wrong, I think they're, at a bare minimum, even if it's not very good, there are ways you can use it. You know, whether it's setting it up to just be like an extra screen monitoring your Slack or Discord chats, or maybe just a dumb media screen that you can kick back in bed and watch watch a random show before crashing. I don't know. Or, you know, worst case, give it as a gift if it's just not cutting it. But yeah, you know, I still think it's probably going to be decent and usable in a lot of ways. It's just going to be dumb in the sense that it's not really going to be that app friendly. What I'm kind of waiting for, watch as this happens. This is going to be so dumb if this happens. What I'm kind of waiting for is, I think they're probably going to end up shipping this thing, and it's going to end up being like, it's going to be missing like DRM keys for Netflix and Disney Plus, or it's going to be, I don't know, it's going to have some just completely absurd, like, we forgot to do this kind of a thing. There's going to be something. There will be something, I'm sure of it. It'll probably be fixable, but it's still going to be dumb. Let's see. Oh, I just looked over at Discord. Corbin had the jackass with the LED lights right behind him. Yep, that checks out. Oh, here. For a second, I just saw some caching on the stream, which ironically I know why, and I'm surprised that didn't happen sooner. Anyway, Widevine keys are going to be in Apex module. Yeah, we'll see. Let's see. You're gonna stick it to the fridge. That'd be a good use for it, maybe. And not even like joking. That actually could be a good use for it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm skeptical on a first generation tablet at this stage. It could work out, but it probably, I don't want to have a lot of high hopes for it. Even if it works out, frankly, it's still only going to be a pretty limited product because of the app selection. It might get better. It's probably going to get a little better. I think more apps will start supporting tablets than apps that drop tablet support, but that's not asking much at this stage. That's kind of the lowest order request. So, I don't know. I'm hoping for the best, expecting the worst. Let's see. Keep the bar low, indeed. Well, to be fair, you can't go too much lower than the bar I'm setting. You just want to test out the largest screen features that they tout. Yeah, I certainly want to try one out anyway. I'm sure. I doubt I'll ever get to, or if I do, it's gonna be like in a Best Buy or something. I don't even have a Best Buy near me. I'd have to drive an hour and a half to go play with one in a Best Buy when they eventually set them up in there. But yeah, I doubt I'll get the funny thing is I'm not sure I'll ever even actually see one. In all reality, I may never actually come in contact with this tablet, but we'll see what happens. Okay, so let's see. We're at almost 7:15. This is definitely past my typical kill time. You're just salty it's not a new Pixel slate. Look, I'm salty that they're... How many times do I need to bang this drum? I'm salty that they're overcharging for it. I'm salty that they're... if they are going to overcharge for it, that they're not going to slap a really good speaker dock in there. I'm salty that the speaker dock that they are attaching is so dumb in its design that it only works when the tablet is attached to it, and they aren't using any Bluetooth or Wi-Fi Direct or any other protocol to stream music to the dock where it would actually be a smart thing to do. I'm salty that... I don't know, I'm trying to think of something else. That might actually just be the list. But I think this whole thing people should be angry about. Maybe in small portions, maybe just annoyed at multiple things, but I think there are enough flaws in the product that they made. They could have done better. They could have done something that would have really helped bring Android tablets back into relevance. And they didn't. They made a lot of choices that really did not lead to making Android tablets relevant. So we're gonna have to sit through the next, I'm guessing, year, probably a year, watching and waiting as they very slowly get around to releasing their next model. And maybe the next model will do it. Maybe it won't. But I think during that year, we are going to see one article after another about how much Google has failed to bring back Android tablets. It's going to be tedious. It's going to be eye-rolly. We're just going to be stuck with this as the... It's going to be the new Google Plus is a ghost town, or no one uses Android Wear. It's going to be those articles all over again. And for that matter, the articles about Android tablets don't have apps. Like, that was an evergreen article for like 4 years. Everyone kept complaining that tablets don't have apps. Yep, written by Ron, the media is ready. Yeah, honestly, I'm predicting it now because it's not hard to predict. It's the stuff that I know everyone can't wait to write, and everyone already is. There are tons of sites that have already done the like pre-obituary. They're predicting that this thing is not going to do well. They're predicting that there aren't going to be apps. Like, there's nothing original to say here. I'm just saying it in the condescending way where, you know, or critical. I guess I'm not condescending yet. Don't worry, I've got condescending locked and loaded. It's ready to go. I've got bullets are ready to fly on this one. But you know, critical for sure. I'm taking the critical path where I'm saying the sites that write about this are all writing the same reductive standard thing that we've heard for years already, and they're eager and can't wait to do it. And we're gonna see a lot of it. We're gonna see so much of it because it's so easy to do. And the saddest thing is, because I think a lot of sites even know that this is going to become a popular topic that everyone's going to write about at some point or another, I think a lot of them are probably also going to be in a rush to write this. So instead of waiting, say, 6 months like any sane person would, I think everyone's going to be thinking, when is someone else going to post? We need to beat them by a week. And, you know, this is sort of like blind bidding. When you have to think, how much is everyone else going to bid? I want to beat them. You know, you always just kind of do the mental math. Well, it's worth this much to these people. It would be worth this much to this other person. This one seems to be the highest. What do I think they'd bid? This much? Okay, I'll top it by, 5%. That's what's going to happen here, but it's going to be rushing. So there's going to be some site that within 4 to 6 weeks of this coming out, they're going to have an editorial basically saying the biggest mistake they made was not making a tablet that everyone could get. They're going to complain that there aren't any apps. This is going to just come so fast and early. And it's because everyone wants the clicks. Let's see. Ron has it scheduled to publish 1 year from now. He will not wait that long. In a year, he will write an obit about it. He'll happily have an obit up. But yeah, he will not wait a year to criticize the fact that tablets are not making a comeback because of this. Let's see. Kind of skimming back through because I skipped over a few comments here. Diablo. Yeah, Google always gets the bad articles, yet they win Phone of the Year and things like that. Yeah, okay, so I agree. I've criticized in a different way. I've criticized something to this effect. There are a lot of contributing factors here. One, and we've talked about this before because I think that this is a big factor. Depending on the audience of a site, they will focus their articles on specific things. Android Police being possibly one of the best examples of this. Android Central was actually a really good example of this, but with a different brand. Droid Life was kind of a self-proclaimed example of this. If you're an Android Police reader, you are going to see a lot of articles about Pixel phones, because a lot of things came out where Pixel phones happen to have particular flaws, bugs, design issues, whatever. Android Police covered every one of those for a long time. And once AP covered them, obviously a lot of other sites would too. Android Central did this to Samsung phones. Not as much, and I think they weren't as diligent or concerned with this kind of news, so they weren't nearly as harsh. But they did it too. And then Droid Life, obviously, they covered Motorola phones. And the same thing happened there. Again, I don't think they were understaffed. They didn't have the chance of doing this, but I mean, it's not that there were really that many more problems with Pixel phones or Nexus phones at the time. It's that Android Police was just very into covering stuff like that, covering the flaws, covering device failure rates or things cracking or breaking too easy, whatever. So there was a lot of coverage for it. And in general, even if a site doesn't care about Pixel phones necessarily, they want to cover Google. And because it's Google's phone, they're going to cover that. And when bad things come out, they're going to cover it more. And the same thing happens to Samsung by virtue of the size of the audience. But somehow there's less, people are just generally less critical of Samsung unless they detect foul play, like the moon replacement stuff, or the AI generated moons. Yeah, okay, it's moon replacement, guys. But yeah, this is the kind of thing where, yes, Google gets more flack than they probably deserve in a lot of instances. To be fair, they also sometimes get the flack that they deserve. Fun fact, but remember, there was a point in time where one of the updates basically made it so you couldn't receive calls. That was not okay. That's something that they needed and deserved all the criticism in the world over that. But yeah, there are other times I literally remember something like that happening to Samsung phones, and that didn't get reported very widely. So some of this is just Google's sort of you're a victim of your own success kind of situation. Some of this is just unfair hyper attention placed on Google, and while other companies kind of get a free pass sometimes. To be fair, other companies typically get different kinds of complaints. Just think, what is the narrative on Samsung having bad phone exchanges, like trade-ins? There are tons and tons of articles covering how if you bought a Samsung phone and did a trade-in, if you sent your phone to wherever Samsung had you send it, you had ridiculously high odds, presumably, of them just taking your phone and not giving you credit for it. People talked about this all the time. All the time. Do you think it really happened that often? Probably not. I bet it was actually a really, really low percentage. Not even 1%. I'm guessing, but I bet it's probably to the tune of, like, I don't know, 1/1000th of every trade-in was probably like this. I'm guessing. I don't know. Maybe it was much worse. Maybe it was much better. But this is a thing a lot of people just think of with Samsung phones and purchasing. And it's part of the reputation that's stuck with Samsung. Whereas a big part of the reputation with Pixels is a wonky software update here and there. Part of their reputation is being overpriced for certain stuff, though they kind of fixed that with the Pixel 6. They've got some reputation issues with, various problems. But a lot of this stuff also is just temporary, or kind of gets fixed. Not all of it, though. We've seen that with the radio signals. Or, like, honestly, people complain a lot about the Pixel 6 connectivity. And with presumably good reason. I don't have firsthand issues with this, but I know plenty of people say they do. I just saw Diablo saying they'll be happy when Apple puts Final Cut Pro on Android tablets. Honestly, I started to have my doubts they were going to put it on an iPad. I knew it was going to happen, like common sense. The moment that DaVinci Resolve showed up, it was a given Final Cut was going to. But I still think that they were disastrously just no common sense at all when they decided that they were going to make Final Cut a subscription only option. That was a huge mistake, I think. Let's see. Carson, someone needs to try out LumaFusion on the Pixel tablet. If one ever falls in my lap, I will. But I honestly, I cannot bring myself. I really shouldn't say that, because I have not found a reason or excuse once to do anything more than literally just start the app. I I don't feel compelled to edit on a phone. Or rather, I haven't had any situation where I would, because pretty much if I'm gonna go somewhere and shoot video and I want to mess with it in the field, I'm just gonna put it on I'm gonna bring my laptop and put it on there. The only way it makes sense for me to throw it in LumaFusion is if I'm going to record something with my phone. I don't have a computer there, and I want to post whatever it is immediately. Like, I just want to make a quick video, cut it down to like the length of a YouTube short or something, I guess, and then just post. That's the kind of the situation where I would use LumaFusion, and so far I have not had that situation crop up. Let's see. The pixel's value always dips. I mean, every Android phone does. A mouse just feels more natural. Even the kids who grew up on an iPad are going to a real productive device to gain more. You know, I really want to see how that plays out in a slightly longer run. We've heard for years the whole thing where kids were growing up without ever encountering a mouse, and some of those kids are just now entering the job market, kind of a thing. And how are they going to take to using computers with a mouse, something they've supposedly never touched before? Honestly, I feel like this is not as big of a deal as some people make it out to be. Because when people talk about this, they're always complaining about like little kids not knowing how to use a mouse. I don't care. I don't care how little kid interacts with the computer in terms of like how it's going to be when they're trying to find a job in 10 years. I think in 10 years they're probably going to get a grip on how a mouse works. Or if they don't, we'll see. Like that's what I want to see. What happens in 10 years when they are looking for a job, when the productivity of a tablet still is not as good, and they eventually kind of maybe realize that. I think that day's coming, and we're gonna just see that happen. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. And again, like, I just want to see, because I think that's one of those things where a whole lot of people are going to be really shocked. Some people have called it, no question. Like, people have called every different scenario here, so someone's gonna be right. But I really want to see which side it falls on. Like, are a bunch of kids gonna grow up and reach that point of like, oh crap, they expect me to use a keyboard? Well, how do I do that? I just swipe, or I use dictation. Is that gonna happen? Or by the time kids are through high school, they're gonna be like, yeah, dude, what are you even talking about? I can type 80 words a minute. It's fine. Or, you know, is someone really gonna approach a mouse or a trackpad and go, well, golly gee, I don't know how to use this, and like, is this gonna be a 10-week learning curve? I don't think so. I think even if people don't know how to use a mouse and a cursor, I think they'll figure it out within like a couple of days, maybe a week. They might not like it at first, but they'll just get used to it. Either that, or we're going to start developing software differently. Take your pick. It's going to be one or the other, and I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. Let's see. Carson, there's no chance kids nowadays are naturally technically inclined. Yeah, and that's a big part of it. I think there is just a natural, like, you can pick things up easier than people that came before you, at least if they're close enough. This is something that I've talked about a bunch of times, not really on stream, but a little bit. My mom has always been pretty good at learning things. She likes to learn, and you know, she's obviously not a youngin' anymore. But people her age, they don't like she's into the age bracket where anyone in her age group, they don't learn things anymore. And it's not that they can't, it maybe the muscle, like the learning muscle is kind of weakened in a lot of them. But she still learns things. She still likes learning things. But if you ask most people her age, they don't want to. They're tuned out of it. So part of this is an age thing. If you're young enough, you just kind of can learn things more easily because you're used to doing it. You're doing it all the time when you're young enough. The older you get, the less often you do it, and it just that flexibility of the brain just kind of starts going away. The other part of it is generationally, there's some generations like my own. The people I went to high school with, I could point to so many of them, and every one of them can use a computer, but most of them still get confused at basic stuff. You can tell they just don't get basic stuff. There are things that I think I could go as much as or as little as like 4 years younger than me, and all of a sudden you get to a group of people who they get all that stuff without a question. And I'm thinking of examples of things that are actually pretty shockingly basic, like instant messengers. I know of people who my age that an instant messenger is just like hocus pocus to them. But I remember being a TA when I was in high school. I was a senior, and I was a TA for a freshman typing class. And every single kid in that room knew exactly what they were doing with a lot of stuff. It was plainly obvious. But everyone in my class would have looked at instant messengers as foreign, crazy stuff. Every single freshman was using them like it was just second nature. To me, that speaks volumes. You don't have to have big age gaps. You can have the smallest age gap. People who coexist in high school, there can be a technology gap there. But the thing is, I think the technology gap mostly works in favor of people being able to learn to do more if they're coming later. The people who are later can usually learn the thing that came before them, whereas the people who came first a lot of times struggle learning a lot of the newer things, unless you're the type of person who learns well. If you've got good skills at learning, you are going to always persevere through that. You may struggle a little bit more, but you'll get there. Other people won't. Awesome. Wait till AI makes all the kids lazy. Are you quite literally throwing the Gen Z argument in here? Everyone complains about Gen Z and millennials being lazy. You just literally basically said the AI generation is gonna be lazy. I like that. I want this to now be the new thing. Gen Z and millennials aren't going to be the lazy ones. It's going to be the AI generation. They're just going to assume that a computer will do everything if they just ask it to. Diablo use voice dictation to input passwords. The thing is, I've actually seen people do it. Not with passwords that ever mattered. Not that I think that mattered to them, but I have seen people do it. What the hell? Why is it suddenly really hot in here? Imagine they're like, how do I swipe on this monitor to change apps? I mean, I don't see why that wouldn't be a thing. It already is a thing. I mean, you can do it on a Windows laptop. There's no reason that we won't have Macs doing it. So, yeah, we'll see this. I mean, that'll actually be a thing, legitimately. Okay, so it is 7:30. This is definitely into the longer than I plan to stream territory. So really quick, I'm going to speed round the last little bit of things that I had open, just cause. Which this is definitely not giving any of them the attention that they probably were due, but yeah, I'm just gonna speed round, and this will be the close of the stream, because it is. I don't know what just happened, but it seriously feels like it got about 10 degrees hotter in here, and I feel myself actively sweating. So, switching back to Twitter, where Elon criticizing somebody who was making fun of him for being the free speech guy. Elon responded with the crappiest of comments. Did your brain fall out of your head? The choice is to have Twitter throttled in its entirety or limit access to some tweets. Which one do you want? Well, again, I hold to the previous argument. We all knew that. Elon was the only person who insisted that wasn't going to happen. We all knew that this was going to happen someday. The governments were going to crack down, or individual groups were going to crack down, and they were going to order censorship. And we all knew he was going to take it. So there you go. I mean, we knew this before Elon did. It feels like maybe the genius should have figured that one out first. But what I love is the dunk. Jimmy Wales. Good old Jimmy Wales. You may know him as the Wikipedia guy. What Wikipedia did, we stood strong for our principles and fought to the Supreme Court of Turkey and won. This is what it means to treat freedom of expression as a principle rather than a slogan. Elon, you lost that one, son. But to be fair, you're also losing money hand over fist with Twitter. Whereas Jimmy Wales has managed to keep Wikipedia up, just taking donations. I mean, who do we need to? You know what? I'm not even. That joke makes itself. I'm finish it however you like. I don't even need to say more. Anyway, so Twitter, not only has it failed in every way on the free speech claim, and it has failed in every way to be profitable under Elon, even though he said he was going to turn it around overnight, practically. It has failed in every way to keep people on there, as it continues to lose people. We know this. Though they're going to various different places. And sure as hell, a lot of people want to jump ship from Twitter to go to Blue Sky, which is barely even functional at this point. Though, by the way, as a side note, I don't know if I shared it in Discord, but Blue Sky's, they did share the source code on GitHub. Carson, take it easy. Good having you here, and catch you maybe this weekend, or if not, the Ramble next week. Let's see. So, yeah, Elon failure. Let's see. There was the news that Google may be working on a dash cam feature for Android phones. So this sounds like a neat idea. I don't deny that. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of as good as it's gonna look. So in theory, you'll be able to basically just put the camera to work as a dash cam, which technically is the thing you could have already done using the camera app, but I'm assuming, yeah, the big deal is it can auto delete stuff from storage after 3 days. So yay, that's a thing. It's interesting. I think I can see a reason for this. The biggest complication that I see to this is there are already a lot of states that have like no obstruction of the states that have rules about obstructing the view of the windshield, where you can have something. And frankly, if you're using something as a dash cam, it usually has to have a pretty clear view. So you're gonna need either a special mount for this, or you're gonna have to not use it in certain states. Take your pick. I think that could end up becoming kind of a not ideal situation here. And as Verge mentions, another issue is things like vibrations from engines on like a motorcycle or other or like, well, other kinds of vehicles, that can actually damage your cameras, or the optical image stabilization motors, things like that. So yeah, I'm a little skeptical that this is gonna work out super great, but we'll see. It's not the biggest, hardest concept. It's an easy thing to do. Like I said, you can literally just use the camera that's on your phone if you want to. Just make a point of manually turning it on. But hey, it is what it is. Let's see. Oh, and then this is not actually even a story I was going to talk about per se, but I want to read it. I just think that this is an interesting thing to see because I actually suggested this about a year or so ago on a previous ramble. Apparently, one of the talking points that's come up is how a lot of restaurants have changed their menus to try to come up with more colorful foods, or foods that make for good like in-restaurant photography, or videos or things like that. Like, you know, you want to have the crazy cheese pulls. Was that? If I refresh this, am I going to see the right one? Yeah. You want to have those perfect, beautiful moments of something that you can show off in like a TikTok or in your in Instagram or something like that. And bright, colorful foods, cheese stretches, anything that deforms in a neat way, stuff like that. It's great for this. About a year ago, give or take, maybe it was a little more, maybe a little less, I suggested what if I ever opened a restaurant, I would set aside like a corner of the restaurant, put up lights, specifically like put up good lighting for it. Set like, make it a really nice looking table, give it like, put out props, maybe even make it a back room, a separate space that people can rent for like a 20-minute photo shoot or an hour or whatever. Yeah, the influencer corner basically. And let people pay for a better, higher experience. Maybe do something like one of the ideas that I had was if they wanted to do this, have like the kitchen bring out one dish at a time. Very like, no one wants this in a normal eating experience, but if you're doing this for the gram, no, you bring out one dish at a time. You want to Photoshop or photograph that one dish in its perfect like scenario, and then move on to the next one. And why have the second one sitting there getting cold while you're shooting the first one? No, you may as well have the second one come out 5 minutes later. That's actually an ideal scenario for doing that. There's so many ways that if you're really going for the showy experience, you can do it. But you know, you're doing it, you want to customize for that. And restaurants evidently are doing this. So I haven't actually read through this article yet, but the moment I saw it, I immediately thought, yep, so people are doing this, the smart thing. I think it's interesting that they're featuring or focusing on TikTok for this, which, okay, I'm sure this is happening everywhere. But yeah, it is something that was very predictable. Or I feel like it's predictable. I feel like the fact that I predicted it means that it should not have been that hard to get or hard to come up with this idea. Because this is not even my space to be predicting, and I felt like this was obvious. But anyway, so yeah, that was the last thing I had prepared. I don't think anything else got posted. Oh, Diablo posted the Pixel call screen recordings will now show what assistant is saying during the call. I don't really have much to add on to that. I saw that news. All I can really think to say is good. Because, you know, every once in a while when you saw the transcripts, they were just weird. And in general, I just kind of want to see what it's saying more live while it's saying it. To be fair, though, I also just like listening live when it used to let you. I don't know if it lets you anymore. But yeah, I don't have, like I said, I don't have much more to say on that. It's just good. Okay, anyway. I'm sure my voice is starting to go, or at least it seems like it is. I've run out of topics. So therefore, this weekend, I think I should be playing, I'm pretty sure I will be playing Fall Guys both nights. I have a lot I need to do this weekend, so it's possible I might skip a night. I don't know yet. But I'm shooting for both. Let's see. Should be back on next week for the regular Ramble. I don't think anything's going to change there. Let's see. Next week. Actually, next week is... Is it next week? Oh, wait. No, that might not be. Hold on. Double checking. Microsoft Build 2023 is May 23rd. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna be on a Tuesday. We can stream Wednesday. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, we'll probably be talking at least a little bit about Build. That's their developer conference. That's their I/O. That is Microsoft's sort of an I/O. Hopefully they'll have something interesting to say, because that'll make life easier. If they don't, so be it. Corbin and I shall riff on whatever else there is. But anyway, with that, thanks everyone for coming by, hanging out, being part of the conversation, and keeping that chat room busy. If you don't already support the channel, but to those who do, thank you immensely, because you do help keep this channel going. But if you don't already and would like to, there are links down below in the description for Cash App, Patreon, and Streamlabs. Which it's funny to even point to Streamlabs, seeing as they can't seem to even get the chat feature visible in their widget anymore. But yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, yeah, if you haven't already, feel free to check some of those options out and, you know, help out the channel. With that, yeah, that's about it. And I hope everyone has an excellent rest of the week. I will see you all in the Discord as usual. And I say to you all, good night, everybody.